may become law unless it is passed by a majority of the members present in the House. Get the answer at the end of this introduction to the lower house. Under public business, the sectoral debate continues in the sitting of the lower house. Minister of Transport and Mining Audley is down to make his sectoral presentation. It is unclear if he will address a fare increase request from public transport operators. No formal request is before the minister, but it is the intention of public passenger vehicle operators to make an official submission to the government for a 110% fare increase. Bus and taxi operators have been clamoring for an increase since a 15% fare hike was granted in 2021. We can also expect to hear about the proposed public education program for the new Road Traffic Act and its regulations. The amended Road Traffic Act introduced stiffer fines and penalties for breaches, but many Jamaicans are still unaware of the provisions of the legislation before it took effect. It's expected that the campaign will be segmented to target road users in categories including drivers, riders, passengers, and pedestrians. Last year, 488 people died as a result of 425 fatal crashes on the nation's streets. Motorcyclists accounted for the highest number of road fatalities at 142. This group was followed by pedestrians and private motor vehicle drivers, who accounted for 109 and 85 deaths, respectively. Every year following the budget debate, the House of Representatives, the lower house, engages in another round of presentations known as the sectoral debate. Based on the standing orders, the rules governing the Houses of Parliament, members are entitled to speak during these debates, and those members are any minister and any member of the opposition selected by the opposition leader. It should be noted that the agenda can be adjusted, with items being added, removed, or replaced. If you are planning to attend a session, here are some things you should keep in mind. No visitor shall create any act of disorder within the precincts of the House. No visitor shall be admitted to the House without first obtaining an admission card from the office of the clerk. Visitors who remain within the precincts of the House during a suspension of the session are asked to keep silent. It's almost time to go to the main event, but before that, let's get the answer to the trivia question we asked. True or false, no bill may become law unless it is passed by a majority of the members present in the House. It's true. The government in power can only exist if it has the support of the majority of the members of the House of Representatives. In practice, most bills are initiated in the House of Representatives. And if the Senate disagrees with any aspect of a bill and makes an amendment, the bill is sent back to the House of Representatives for consideration. If the House disagrees with the Senate's amendment, it informs the Senate, which is then asked to reconsider the bill. When an agreement is reached and the bill has been passed through all its stages in both houses, it requires only the royal assent to make it law. The royal assent is given by the Governor General. Now over to the proceedings.
True Christian love and charity, one towards another, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
This Honourable House now resumes its sitting. Call of the roll.
Mrs. Holness, Mr. Bartlett, Mr. Holness, Dr. Clark, Dr. Chang, Mr. Shaw, Mr. Samuda, Ms. Grange, Mrs. Williams, Mrs. Malawu Fort, Dr. Tufton, Mr. McKenzie, Mr. Chuck, Mr. Vaz, Mr. Warmington, Mr. Charles, Mr. Green, Mr. Morgan, Mr. Hutchinson, Mr. Terry Long, Ms. Smith, Dr. Dunn, Mrs. Cuthbert Flynn, Mr. Main, Mr. Davis, Mr. Witter, Mr. Brown, Dr. Brown-Burke, Dr. Charles, Mr. Chin, Mr. Clark, Mr. Cousins, Ms. Crawford, Ms. Daly, Ms. Davis, Mr. Golding, Mr. Graham, Dr. Guy, Ms. Hamilton, Ms. Hannah, Mr. Henriquez, Mr. Henry, Mr. Hilton, Mr. Jackson, Mr. Lawrence, Ms. Lee, Mr. Miller, Mr. Montague, Ms. Morrison, Mrs. Nita Garvey, Mr. Paulwell, Mr. Phillips, Dr. Phillips, Mr. Robertson, Mr. Robinson, Mr. Siblist, Mr. Slowly, Mrs. Vaz, Dr. Wheatley, Mr. Williams, Mr. Wilson, Mr. Wright, Mr. Brown, Ms. Davis,
I want to use this opportunity to welcome all persons who have joined us this afternoon to this sitting of Parliament. Let me make very special welcome of former Member of Parliament who has joined us in the well this evening, Mr. Stone, OJ. He's a former Member of Parliament for Northwest Clarendon, and I know he works closely with the Minister who now is doing his presentation this afternoon. I also want to feel free to welcome him, and I want to welcome all persons joining us in the gallery, persons who are connected in any way from the Minister's ministry, from his family, if they're diplomats, whoever his constituency. I want to welcome you this afternoon to the sitting of Parliament. I also would like to welcome all persons joining us on the various social media platforms this afternoon, and trust that we will have an informative and good sitting this evening. House Leader.
Madam Speaker, we're going to have a statement by Minister, and then we will have the sectoral debate immediately after.
Members, we are starting the Parliament by the first item on our agenda, statement by ministers, and thereafter we're asking for a suspension of the rest of the agenda, and we will move, as we usually do, to public business. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With the consent of my good friend, Minister Audley, he has agreed that we will take the statement by Minister from Minister Morgan, and immediately after we will continue the sectoral debate.
Of information.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as Minister with responsibility for information, on behalf of the government of Jamaica and all well-thinking Jamaicans, I strongly condemn the recent attacks on journalists last evening at the PNP headquarters, including the specific incidents that have been brought to light. In particular, I want to address the incident that occurred where a journalist was threatened with rape by a supporter of the party. This threat is completely unacceptable and represents a new low in the treatment of journalists in Jamaica. We are deeply disturbed, Madam Speaker, by the trauma that this incident has undoubtedly caused for the female journalist who was present. And we are deeply disturbed by the trauma that this incident has undoubtedly caused for the female journalist who was present. And I want to make it clear that sexual violence has no place in Jamaican society, and certainly not as a tool of intimidation against journalists. I stand with the Press Association of Jamaica in their condemnation of these attacks. The PAJ has reported that there were 2 incidents that occurred almost simultaneously at the PNP headquarters. In addition to the incident involving the threat of rape, a Television Jamaica crew was also threatened by a supporter. The supporter reportedly picked up a stone and began approaching and threatening the reporter before eventually throwing away the stone. These actions are completely unacceptable and a violation of the fundamental rights of journalists. There was also an incident where a PNP Correction Deputy General Secretary sought to prevent a journalist from interviewing persons and also chastise media workers for the color clothing they were wearing. Madam Speaker, it is the responsibility of the PNP to ensure that their supporters do not engage in such behavior in the future. As a government, we are committed to upholding the principles of press freedom and freedom of speech, which are cornerstones of our democracy. Journalists play a critical role in providing information to the public, and they must be able to do so without fear of violence or intimidation. The actions of the individuals are a direct threat to our democracy and cannot be tolerated. I want to reiterate the importance of press freedom and freedom of speech in Jamaica. We have a strong history of protecting these rights, and it is important that we continue to do so. The recent incidents are particularly troubling, given that they occurred just 1 week after World Press Freedom Day, on which Jamaica plunged in the Global Press Freedom Index, moving from 12 to 32. I want to assure the media and the public that the safety and security of journalists are a top priority for our government. Any attack on the press is an attack on our democracy itself, and we will not stand for it. I call on all political parties and their supporters to respect the role of journalists and to refrain from any actions that may threaten their safety or independence. The PAJ has called for a thorough investigation, and we support their call for justice to be served. Madam Speaker, in conclusion, I want to express our support for the journalists who are affected by these incidents. We on this side, stand in solidarity with them and want to reassure them that their work is valued and appreciated. We will continue to work to ensure that journalists are able to carry out their duties without fear of violence and intimidation. We must all do our part to uphold the principles of press freedom and freedom of speech in Jamaica. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, the Minister of Information has quite rightly condemned certain activities that took place yesterday evening. Those activities were indeed unfortunate and grave, and I think we have already indicated as a party our full support to all journalists, to persons who carry out the function of informing the society and ensuring that information is relayed in a responsible way. And by and large, we have always found, by and large, the community of journalists to be quite reasonable, even though from time to time both sides will claim that justice might not be fair, but it is fundamental for our democracy to survive that this arm of our democracy, which is the fourth estate, should not feel in any way threatened at any time or any place in our country. So the party has, in fact, condemned what happened yesterday. The party has unreservedly apologized to the individuals who were present and to the fraternity in general. And this opportunity will not be used to point fingers, but to accept that it should not have happened. And that where the investigations lead, and we will fully cooperate with that, and the chips should fall where they may. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, just to respond, since my name was included in a press release by the Minister of Information, but I too want to condemn any violence against any journalist or any woman, man or child. I also want to condemn be it that it came from a supporter of the People's National Party or even my own family, that I would not want to be a part of anything that would bring violence against women or anyone, any Jamaican or any human being. But Madam Speaker, just to clear the air, Madam Speaker, that at the time of the incident, I was asked by the leadership of the party to deal with a matter, which I did. And what was said to the journalists, where I was, I didn't hear anything that had taken place. If it was something that I have heard, I surely would have stepped in at that point in time. So, Madam Speaker, for those out there in the public who believes that I'm condoning what was said to the journalists, as the leader of opposition business has said, the party has condemned the action, and further investigation will take place, and that person brought in front of the disciplinary committee of the party. But I just want from me personally that I am no party and have not been in any action against that journalist or anyone who came to the party headquarters. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Members of the House, you'll recall, House Leader, we sought the suspension of the agenda for us to move swiftly now into public business.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And at this time today is our intention to continue the sectoral debate. Today's presentation will be by the Minister of Transport and Mining and Member of Parliament for Manchester North Eastern. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Audley Shaw, CD, MP, Minister of Transport and Mining. Now invite you to.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, members of this honorable House, it's indeed a blessing and a privilege to be able to once again stand before this honorable House to report on the performance of the Ministry of Transport and Mining and present the plans of activities for the year ahead. This is my second year with this portfolio responsibility, and it has been so far quite a journey. I must first give thanks to the Lord God Almighty, whose continued grace has allowed me to be here today in representation of this country, which I love so much. Assuredly, I do not take this task lightly, as I humbly continue to serve the people of Jamaica. I must publicly express my absolute gratitude to my family, who has been my constant support and rock. My dear wife, who was planning to be here, could not come because she's not feeling too well. But, Madam Speaker, I want you to know that she has sent an able representative. Our little girl, who is 13 years old now, will be she'll be 14 years old on the 6th of June, when her daddy becomes 71 years old. And she has the name of my town. She is Christiana Isabel Shaw. Christiana, stand up and let them see you. Thank you. To my cabinet and parliamentary colleagues, led by the Most Honorable Prime Minister, I thank you for your support and confidence in my ability to lead this portfolio. I thank my constituency executive, my councillors, and the constituents of Northeast Manchester, who I have now served, Madam Speaker, consistently for 30 years as Member of Parliament, the longest serving MP for the parish of Manchester, having taken over from Mr. Jones, who served for 25 years and 10 months. I'm now at 30 years. As I thank our Minister of State, the Honorable J.C. Hutchinson, and my team at the Ministry of Transport and Mining, ably led by the Permanent Secretary, Dr. Alwyn Hales, to the chairmen and boards of directors, as well as the management and staff of our agencies. I see your contributions and remain eternally grateful for you. Some of them are present in the chamber today. Madam Speaker, it would be remiss of me if I did not acknowledge the strength and resilience of our Jamaican people, who have shown me love and support throughout the years. I keep pushing because they motivate me to keep pushing, Madam Speaker. This presentation is being delivered under the theme, The Future of Transport and Mining, Balancing Efficiency and Sustainability, and focuses on the transport and mining sectors over the past year and the plans to move ahead as we strive for a country with a world-class transportation system and a vibrant mining sector that serves the people and is sensitive to the environment. The public transport sector is a critical aspect of our economy, and this government continues to work to reposition this sector to ensure reform and sustainability in spite of challenges faced by this and past administrations. I now highlight some of the positive outcomes. The Montego Bay Metro experienced an approximate 35% increase in revenue and a 45% increase in ridership over the previous year. In improving its service offerings, Mobe Metro has been focusing on customer service training for staff and has established a commuter help desk. Under their Outer Road initiative to facilitate the receipt of videos and pictures via WhatsApp. This number is 876-821-9708, and I encourage commuters to utilize this service. Additionally, Wi-Fi service has been introduced on all buses, which has influenced the increase in ridership. And using the Fleet Facts tracking app, commuters in Western Jamaica can now track or monitor the location of the Montego Bay Metro's buses. We now turn our attention to the Jamaica Urban Transit Company Limited, which provides a vital service for persons without access to private transport and the most vulnerable members of society. The JUTC has been affected by an aging fleet and reduced bus numbers. And while there are about 220 buses, the average daily bus runout right now is 163, which is unacceptable, Madam Speaker. So in addition, well, let me say that this government remains committed to providing the necessary support to not only augment the fleet, but also to modernize its operations using a mix of energy sources, including electric and natural gas units. So, Madam Speaker, as we speak, there are 50 buses, 45 diesel, and 5 electric, which are on the high seas. Right now, they left China on the 2nd of May, and they are on the high seas right now and should be here by the end of this month. Additionally, 20 compressed natural gas fueled units will be added to the fleet under a joint arrangement with private sector partners. These units are expected late August to September. That will make 70 additional new buses. And in addition, we intend to aggressively bring back those other 70 or so buses which have been out of operation. But those two will be brought back so that between the 220 that are here now and the 70 that are coming over the next few months, we'll have close to 300 buses, Madam Speaker. In addition to that, we are currently engaged in a battery electric bus pilot project for the testing of 6 electric buses, which will evaluate the performance of these electric buses and form the basis for comparison to the diesel and compressed natural gas buses. As a matter of fact, Madam Speaker, 1 electric bus is already in operation. You will recall it was here for us to see, and we are at Parliament, and we are assessing its performance on our roads. So far, the general feedback has been quite positive. As we take steps to address the number of seats needed to transport commuters, and as I said earlier, that we will be close to 200 after we repair what's there and we bring in the 70 new buses. We'll be close to 300, but as the Minister of Finance announced in his speech, we are expecting to procure an additional 200 electric buses over the next 2 years. So that would bring us well over the 400 mark that was mentioned by the opposition spokesman on transport. It will in fact be heading closer to 500 when that is completed. So, Madam Speaker, the JUTC has digitized its processes for the application for charters and sub-franchise licenses. An online portal was launched by the company in February of this year. This is a major step towards making the services more accessible and the processes more user-friendly. Persons who are interested in applying for charters or sub-franchise licenses may visit the JUTC's website at www.jutc.gov.jm and make the necessary arrangements and pay for the service online. I heard a remark about 2030. We are in 23 now, so that by 25, the 500 buses will be in operation. Not 2030, 2025. Okay. Back to the script. Madam Speaker, the current fare collection system used by the JUTC has become obsolete. The procurement process for an upgraded cashless fare collection system was significantly advanced. However, it was redirected for consideration by the Public Investment Appraisal Branch. A pilot project where the system operating on all the JUTC buses at no cost to the people of Jamaica is to be implemented. The outcome of this pilot will assist the process of review by the Public Investment Appraisal Branch and further guide the way forward. For more than 2 decades, fuel pilferage has been an issue for the JUTC. And for those who don't understand what pilferage is, fuel thieving has been an issue for the JUTC. We are pursuing new methods to combat the innovative means by which thieves have been pilfering fuel without divulging too much due to the sensitivity and security issues around this matter. We are at an advanced stage of using technology-based solutions to assist us in detecting, locating, and tracking our fuel. Furthermore, the JUTC and HART NSTA have entered into a memorandum of understanding to provide motor vehicle mechanics training for some 44 employees who will participate in work-based training across 4 depots. This is expected to begin this month and will be monitored by a governance committee to be formed consisting of the JUTC and HART NSTA trust members. The Jamaica Ultimate Tire Company continues to work towards its objectives to provide service delivery to its customers. The company has expanded its product offerings from its vital focus of producing retread tires for the JUTC and other commercial entities to include the sale of new tires, batteries, and the provision of tire services, front-end alignment, wheel balancing, and nitrogen inflation. This has resulted in the company growing its customer base and reducing its dependency on the JUTC for business continuity. Modernization of the legislative framework for public land transportation, Madam Speaker, is a precursor for the implementation of several technological solutions to improve efficiency in the licensing and regulation of public transport. Work to amend the Transport Authority Act and regulations continues. Significantly, the Transport Authority Act 2022 has been completed. However, work on the regulations is ongoing. The legislation will provide greater protection for both operators and regulators and pave the way for the implementation of initiatives such as varied expiration dates and digital licenses. Despite the challenges experienced over the past few years, particularly during the COVID-19 pandemic, the authority surpassed the license production target of 86,000 road licenses, including hackney carriages, rural stage carriages, contract carriages, route taxis, JUTC sub-franchise, private and public carriers licenses, to record a landmark 88,000 licenses, 6,000 more licenses than processed in the previous period. Monitoring of public transportation services in Kingston was also enhanced with the re-establishment and relocation of the operations department to the Halfway Tree Transport Center from its previous location at Maxfield Avenue. This strategic positioning of the enforcement arm of the authority closer to the hub of transport activity fostered better monitoring within the Halfway Tree area and other key corridors in the metropolis. The authority also retrofitted a number of key customer service areas to enhance service delivery. Customer-centric services are now provided in one location at 107 Maxfield Avenue, which houses the licensing department and motor vehicle release unit, while the corporate office remains at 119 Maxfield Avenue. Furthermore, customers in the parish of St. Catherine are now benefiting from the commissioning of the Transport Authority's Linstead Satellite Office. Since its establishment, there has been marked improvement in public order within the public transportation services in the bustling township of Linstead. The Transport Authority is also targeting other initiatives for the 23-24 fiscal year, including implementation of an island-wide camera network infrastructure with other agencies to improve monitoring capabilities within the transport sector. Our transport operators must, Madam Speaker, get used to the fact that we're going to embrace technology to make sure that we are watching them in order to assist in improving their conduct on the road. The relocation of the Transport Authority Lakes Pen Pound facility temporarily to Water Lane in Kingston. Implementation of the Transport Authority Digital Transformation Project, which will focus on digitizing all processes associated with licensing, operations, and the legislative framework governing the authority. The establishment of a satellite office in St. Elizabeth and the rollout of an electronic ticketing system to replace written summons. I also want to advise our taxi and our bus operators that we will be doing our best to provide more bus stops, especially in some areas where bus stops used to be and they are not there anymore. Constantine Road included. We have to work with the National Works Agency to modify, get those matters corrected. As well as we need more parking areas as well for our public passenger vehicles. We are also looking at the potential fare increases. And when those fare increases come, I want to advise everybody right now, those fare increases must be strictly adhered to. Strictly adhered to. The conduct of people charging anything they want, that has to stop. Madam Speaker, as this Honourable House is aware, the Jamaica Railway Corporation commenced operations of a student passenger rail service in January of 2022 and currently provides safe and cost-effective transportation for students from Old Harbour and Linstead to Spanish Town. The JUTC and the Jamaica Railway Corporation continue to partner with the Ministry of Education and Youth to provide this transportation service to students at 6 schools located in the environment of Spanish Town, namely the Innswood High School, Jonathan Grant High School, Spanish Town High School, St. Catherine High School, St. Jago High School, and Jose Marti High School. A total of 78,943 students have been transported since the start of the service, with peak total ridership of approximately 600 students per day. Further, since the introduction of the pilot student service, commuter trains, an additional $3.67 million in earnings has been generated from the offering of train excursions to various schools across the island. It is important to note that there are several studies underway to assess the demand for a commuter service, which will inform the development of a full-scale project, which will also include adult passengers on those existing lines. To this end, the JRC, in discussions with the World Bank, with a view to utilize grant funding in support of the build-out of the initiative. Part of the intention is to revitalize a rail service from Kingston to Spanish Town, which will include a spur line between the Spanish Town to downtown Kingston line and the Portmore for both passenger and freight. In particular, the expected Greater Bernard Lodge development would also benefit from it. The $80 million loss being touted for the JRC for 22-23 financial year was the projection. It was the projection by the entity. It was not the actual loss. Just want you to know that, sir. And in truth, the entity incurred a loss of only $20 million. Just want you to know that, okay? This was primarily due to the initial expenditure required to undertake the execution and operations of the pilot student passenger rail service program. Notwithstanding this, the JRC is positioned to improve its financial performance as there are a number of upcoming plans to commence this year. Transportation of aggregate. An agreement was recently signed with a mineral agency for Retail and Logistics Limited, MARL, to start transporting aggregate from Old Harbour to Linstead and from Bogwalk to Port Esquivel, which will then be transported by sea to other Caribbean islands. This is expected to ensure consistent revenue for the JRC by utilizing the approximately 30 miles of operating track within St. Catherine. The total aggregate to be moved is projected to be approximately 1 million tons per year, resulting in potential revenue of over Jamaican $480 million per annum. Plans for the operation of a tourist train service from Montego Bay to Appleton by a private investor under a track user agreement is also at an advanced stage and will be presented to Cabinet in short order. The project will be implemented in two main phases. Phase 1, Montpelier to Appleton, construction rehabilitation commencing in 2023 and the start of rail operation into Montpelier by 2024-25. Phase 2, Montpelier to Montego Bay, construction to commence thereafter. Plans are in place to expand the commuter rail service to transport over 5,000 workers daily in support of a business process outsourcing investment, which is expected to come on stream shortly in Angels in St. Catherine. The JRC is actively engaged with the investors to bring this process on stream in this fiscal year. It is also to be noted that freight along the Spanish Town and Linstead rail section is high on the agenda for this fiscal year, and I want to stress that our goal is to eventually revive the Kingston to Montego Bay passenger and cargo service. In this regard, I have to tell you that I have overseas interests in joint venturing with the government of Jamaica to make this happen, Madam Speaker. And the fact is that over 30 years now, in 1991, Madam Speaker, I won't tell you which government it is, because I might say politics are talking. But in 1991, our railway service was closed down. Before it was closed down, Madam Speaker, it was one of the oldest railway systems in the Western Hemisphere, established by the British government to assist in the sugarcane industry in Jamaica. And the irony, Madam Speaker, is that globally, the train service, railway service, is constantly expanding and technologically improving. But in Jamaica, we are closed down. Doesn't make any sense. And this has got to change. We must bring back the railway service in Jamaica full time. Madam Speaker, the transformation of the Island Traffic Authority continues apace. There is now approval for the executive positions and the recruitment process is underway. The system being used to facilitate the administration of motor vehicle registration and driver's licenses is at the end of life. Consequently, the new integrated motor vehicle and driver's license system concept was finalized and submitted for entry into the public investment management system. This system will accommodate the functions mentioned as well as the new and expanded functions of the ITA as legislated in the 8th schedule of the Road Traffic Act of 2018. Additional technology to enhance the ITA's ability to ensure the smooth execution of the Road Traffic Act and regulations include the procurement of critical tools such as headlight aimers, tint meters, decibel meters, modern crash data retrieval kits. We have moved to digitize the processes of setting appointments to sit the road code, driving and fitness tests. Persons are now able to sit these tests online at select locations, and the intention is to have this facility implemented across all examination depots this year. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Transport and Mining has received numerous reports from schools regarding underage driving. With this in mind, the Road Safety Unit, Island Traffic Authority will increase road safety education in secondary schools. To this end, a road code test program for secondary schools has been launched to ensure students are equipped to use the roads safely. So far, York Castle High School in St. Anne, Little London High School in Westmoreland, St. Jago High School and Jonathan Grant High School in St. Catherine have completed road code test sensitization and training. The partnership with secondary schools will also see the introduction of a learner driver education program called the Jamaica Adolescent Learner Driver Curriculum. And this is one of the strategic goals of the Pedestrian Safety Committee to ensure that safe driving principles and practices are passed to prospective drivers and the younger generation to improve driving behavior and decrease the risk to vulnerable road users, especially pedestrians. UNICEF is supporting the initiative, and so far, 7 schools have added the JADC to their offerings. I now draw your attention, Madam Speaker, to the aviation sector. Jamaica has worked towards maintaining a strong aviation presence and continues to bolster our strengths and improve on international standards and best practices. The Airports Authority of Jamaica, their efforts to secure scheduled commercial air service at the Ian Fleming International Airport has reaped partial success, with 2 airlines, Inter-Caribbean and QCAS, launching services in June 2022. And we expect to have American Airlines flying there before the end of this fiscal year. There has also been a series of upgrades amounting to US $9.23 million to facilitate scheduled international passenger airline service at the IFIA over the next 3 years. These projects will boost efficiency, functionality, and enable a seamless and comfortable passenger experience. Work continues to improve the domestic aerodromes and to grow domestic aviation services at these facilities post the COVID-19 pandemic. Jamaica's aviation traffic took a serious hit in 2020 with the emergence of the COVID-19 pandemic, falling by 67% or 2.2 million passengers, having previously stood at 6.5 million passengers between the Sangster International Airport and the Norman Manley International Airport. Full recovery at that time was forecasted, Madam Speaker, to take place by 25-26. However, in 2022, after a sluggish first quarter growth, our aviation traffic, driven by tourism arrivals, catapulted to 6 million passengers, or 91% of the pre-COVID level by December of last year. As I indicated, this remarkable recovery has taken place halfway through the projected 6 years. This honorable House should note Jamaica also matches stride with Latin America and the Caribbean region as the world leader in air traffic recovery, with a rate of 91% as at the end of 2022. The overall world air traffic recovery rate at that same end of 2022 is 72%, as published by the Airports Council International. The rapid recovery of Jamaica's aviation traffic is a welcome phenomenon for our economy, but unfortunately, it is accompanied by some teething pains in our major airports, such as congestion at the Sangster International Airport. This is a matter that is being given full attention by the government and the responsible agencies. As an immediate measure to ameliorate the prevailing issues, 15 additional automated border control kiosks are being procured through the Airport Improvement Fund this month. Airports are, by nature, very capital-intensive facilities, with ongoing expansion and other programs in response to traffic growth, industry and regulatory compliance, innovations for efficiency, and changes in the operational environment. Among the AAJ, MBJ Airports Limited and PACAL, there's a committed capital expenditure of over US $100 million to be executed over the period 2023 to 2026. US $46 million is slated to be spent in this financial year. The initiatives include the MBJ Phase 3 runway extension project, comprising of runway and apron expansion, shoreline protection, and enabling works budgeted at $70 million US. This project will increase the declared takeoff run by 398 meters, moving from 2,662 meters to 3,060 meters, and will provide runway and safety areas at both ends of the runway as mandated by the International Civil Aviation Authority. MBJ is also investing its own funds to continue the improvement and expansion of the facilities at the Sangster International Airport. Implementation of these master plan projects commenced in 2022 to include departures, terminal expansion, costing $12 million, further terminal expansions to address congestion and increase passenger comfort, $100 million, all US dollars, a solar implementation project to the tune of $7 million US dollars. And in the meantime, Madam Speaker, PACAL is in the process of implementing several projects, including a 5 megawatt of solar power project costing US $7.8 million, which will provide 75% of the energy requirement of the Norman Manley International Airport. Runway pavement improvements, rehabilitation, $4.5 million US dollars, which is to be implemented in 2023. While these impressive projects are taking place at our international airports, the AAJ continues to advance its own projects, including the NMIA Port Royal Road Shoreline Protection Project at a value of 555 million Jamaican dollars, which will protect NMIA from its runway from destruction by wave action from hurricanes. IFIA, the Anne Fleming Airport, is getting a new fire station valued at 140 million Jamaican dollars, as well as an additional aircraft rescue and firefighting vehicle, which brings the airport firefighting to Category 6 rating. The terminal building and office facilities at IFIA are being modified to accommodate increased scheduled international traffic. Aerodrome plans continue in respect of Vernon Field in Clarendon, Lionel Densham in Treasure Beach, the Holland Bamboo Airstrip, Tinsonpen, and Negril. Madam Speaker, buoyed by the air transport industry's recovery.
Madam Speaker, I ask that the Minister be given sufficient time, 15 minutes or so, to complete his presentation.
The question before the House is that the Minister be given sufficient time, 15 minutes or so, to complete his meditation.
Madam Speaker, if I could, Madam Speaker, I'd like to just make this point. I would very much like the Minister to continue until he completes his presentation without setting a time. But there are some rules that we have to observe. And from time to time, it would appear that we are, there's preferential treatment in here, and I don't want to be accused of that. And so, I'm asking for him to be given 15 minutes or so to complete his presentation. Thank you.
Members, the question before the House is that the Minister be given 15 minutes or so to complete his presentation. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Minister.
Madam Speaker, I'm very grateful for the approval, especially the "also" part. As I said, buoyed by the air transport industry's recovery from COVID-19, the Jamaica Civil Aviation Authority efforts to promote the safe, secure, and efficient rebound of civil aviation were supported by activities compliant with legislative and regulatory requirements and obligations under the standards and recommended practices of the International Civil Aviation Organization. But, Madam Speaker, before I continue on the Jamaica Civil Aviation Authority, let me just say that in terms of certain critical improvements that are required, especially at the Norman Manley International Airport, including our bathrooms and so on. I just want you to know, Madam Speaker, and the members to know that efforts are being taken in consultation with the managers of the airport to put those on a fast track. Very important. The JCAA, in partnership with the ICAO and the MTM, has drafted a national aviation safety plan which encapsulates Jamaica's aviation safety strategy through to 2025. By the safety enhancement initiatives identified in this, Jamaica will continue to mitigate against the risk of aviation occurrences as it seeks to develop additional capabilities. The NASP promotes the effective implementation of Jamaica's aviation safety oversight system, a risk-based approach to managing aviation safety, and a coordinated approach to cooperating with other states, regions, and industry participants. The Jamaica Civil Aviation Authority has updated its critical communication, navigation, and surveillance systems to improve business continuity and efficiency of the air traffic management system. The authority will also implement a ground-based automatic dependent surveillance, broadcast, ADSB, and a low-level wind shear alert system to enhance surveillance and provide accurate and reliable operations in local weather conditions. The JCAA has also acquired a node of the MEVA, and this is, I'm not going to say what that means, except to tell you what the meaning. The meaning is improvement to ATS voice link. A backup, all right, you want me to repeat it then? All right, majoras a los enlaces de voz ATS. I was afraid I would curse bad word. That's why I did. But that means meaning improvement to ATS voice link, a backup component in communication networks to ensure safety and regularity of operations. This activity will also impact a common telecommunications network to be implemented across the Caribbean region. And let me say here, Madam Speaker, that it would be remiss of me if I did not take the time to acknowledge the passing of Captain Dudley Beak, who gave invaluable contributions to the aviation sector in Jamaica. He will be greatly missed. Madam Speaker, Jamaica continues to demonstrate leadership within the region on civil aviation matters, as we have done for decades. Members of this House will recall that Jamaica launched its candidature for a seat on the ICAO Council for 22-25 triennium on May 26, 22, following elections at the 41st ICAO Assembly in Montreal, Canada, on Tuesday, October 4, last year, 2022, where I was present. Jamaica successfully secured a seat on Part 3 of the ICAO Council for the 3-year term. Securing the ICAO Council seat is a progression towards closer collaboration, advocacy, influence, and harmonization at the highest levels of the aviation industry. Madam Speaker, Aerotal is responsible for providing technical support and engineering operations for Jamaica's air traffic management systems and communications, navigation, surveillance facilities, which are relied upon by various stakeholders in the aviation industry. Over the past year, Aerotal has improved the capacity of its network operations and control center by introducing the capability to remotely monitor conditions at remote aeronautical sites, in addition to monitoring the performance of core aeronautical systems. Aerotal has also established a learning, research, and development center to provide a safe, simulated environment for the technical team to develop and practice their skills, as well as to keep Aerotal at the cutting edge of service delivery. We all know that Cool 97 FM is the commercial radio station that provides music, lifestyle programming, and aviation and travel information. The station has exceeded the 100 million revenue mark for the first time and will continue to focus on improving its non-traditional media portfolio. Given the link to the information portfolio, the station is in the transition to the office of the Prime Minister. Discussions continue, and you can expect to hear more details as the presentations continue. Madam Speaker, the Maritime Authority of Jamaica has been taking steps to position Jamaica as a shipping center, expanding the cluster of services provided to ships operating in Jamaican waters, including bunkering, ship repair, and crewing. In March of this year, the MAJ gave approval for Shell LNG to commence operations in Jamaica as the 4th bunkering operator in Jamaica. This was a significant milestone as it was the first bunkering operation involving liquid natural gas, in keeping with the government of Jamaica's position to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. It is expected that Jamaica will become an LNG bunkering hub and increase our competitiveness as a shipping center. A floating dry dock, which will be used to repair mainly commercial vessels, including container ships, bulk carriers, and tankers, will arrive in Jamaica by the end of this year. You may recall that in January this year, the Honorable Prime Minister broke ground for this facility, which will result employment of skilled and unskilled labor and provide foreign exchange earnings. A reciprocal agreement was signed between the MAJ and the Maritime Administration of Norway to facilitate the placement of Jamaican seafarers on a Norwegian registered floating storage regasification unit, the Hoig Gallant, currently stationed in Portland Bight, and which supplies gas to the bauxite companies. The reciprocal agreement facilitated the placement of Jamaican seafarers on this unit and other vessels flying the Norwegian flag. Additionally, through a similar reciprocal arrangement concluded with the Netherlands and Jamaica, seafarers were employed on the LNG tanker Coral Athalia, which transfers fuel from the FSRU in Portland Bight to the Bogue JPS plant in Montego Bay. Registration of mega yachts continues to be a major source of revenue for the MAJ, and over the period, 109 such vessels were registered. The registrations are primarily from overseas owners, and currently there are 588 yachts registered in Jamaica. Madam Speaker, I am happy to announce that Jamaica will be pursuing re-election to Category C of the IMO Council in December of this year for the 24-25 biennium. We are optimistic about this re-election as Jamaica has consistently been a leader in maritime activities, representing the interests of other small island developing states in the region. During the year 22-23, the Port Security Corps Limited continued to contribute to border security through screening services for outgoing passengers and their luggage at Jamaica's ports of entry and exit. The vigilance exercise has resulted in the detection of drugs, firearms, ammunition, and other contraband. These finds help to stem the illicit transshipment and have contributed positively to the relationship with international partners and has helped to protect Jamaica's image and people. The Corps continues to recruit, train, and deploy the necessary personnel in an effort to improve performance and ultimately enhance service delivery, as its operations are vital to the safety and security of our island's ports. Jamaica's minerals industry, as I turn now to the other side of the portfolio. Madam Speaker, Jamaica's minerals industry has served us well over the decades. We have, particularly in recent years, been faced with the reality that the industry is dynamic and requires us to be adaptive and resilient. To this end, the Ministry and its agencies continue to work with other government and private partners to manage this industry and secure the future of Jamaica's mineral sector. The bauxite and alumina industry remains an important part of the country's industrial fabric. It is the largest segment of our mineral sector, accounting for approximately 80% of its earnings and over 75% of the value of the country's traditional exports. The industry is mature and has provided significant economic and development benefits to the Jamaican economy for over 60 years. Despite the challenges faced over the last 4 years, the industry still has much to offer. The use of aluminum is projected to play a major role in combating climate change, improving energy efficiency in the transportation sector, and in reducing the sector's carbon footprints. Madam Speaker, Jamaica possesses some of the best quality limestone in the Americas. I should repeat that. Jamaica possesses some of the best quality limestone in the Americas, which accounts for over 75% of our surface geology in Jamaica. Current estimates indicate mineable resources exceeding 40 billion tons. The total quantity of limestone, Madam Speaker, is significantly greater. Under its research mandate, the Mines and Geology Division continues its exploration for high-purity limestone. That is, limestone having nearly 100% calcium carbonate content, which is used in various high-value industrial applications. Surface geological studies conducted at Red Gate and Fort Charles in St. Elizabeth identified several tens of million tons of high-purity limestone deposits. Given the findings, subsurface exploration will be done by drilling that deposit at Fort Charles to determine the characteristics of the material at depth. These limestone deposits have the potential for rapid economic development and are used for the manufacturing of pharmaceuticals like antacids and excipients for tablets and products used widely in the construction sector, such as paints, cultured marble, and adhesives, caulks, and sealants. Limestone is a versatile raw material, and the local manufacturing sector should capitalize on our natural endowment. In the coming years, the increased exploitation of our limestone resources and reserves will become a more important part of the country's mineral sector. As the country moves to exact the best return from these resources, significant value addition must be a major component of our limestone industry. The 1.65 million tons per annum alumina refinery at Nain in St. Elizabeth is the country's largest and only high-temperature facility. Operated by GU1 Iron and Steel Group, company called Judicial, the plant has been closed for modernization and expansion since October 2019. At the time of closure, Judicial indicated that the proposed modernization and capacity expansion to 2 million tons per annum would have been completed within 18 months. Total investment upon completion was projected at $1.1 billion United States dollars. This proposal for the transformation of the alumina refinery, made in 2016, was part of a broader investment, including a special economic zone, which would have been significantly larger than the US $1 billion mentioned. Unfortunately, the COVID-19 pandemic and other issues have disrupted the company's plans. While COVID-19 is still present, the world has declared the pandemic over and is back to business. I want to extend an invitation, Madam Speaker, to Judicial to meet with me to allow us to forge the way forward with this proposed investment. I wish also to all to know that the bauxite and alumina industry remains open for business. The exploitation, Madam Speaker, for copper, gold, silver, rare earth metals, and other metallic minerals continues. We expect that these activities will lead to the discovery of commercial quantities of these metals, which would represent a major first step in our efforts to diversify the country's minerals sector. The Mining and Geology Division of the Ministry continues to fulfill its mandate of regulating the mining and quarrying sector, conducting geological research, and guiding physical development through the provision of engineering geological advice. The MGD ensures that all taxes and royalties payable to the government are collected within the specified periods. For the 22-23 financial year, quarry taxes amounted to $124 million were collected from quarrying operations. This represented a 10% increase over the amount collected the year before. Quarry tax projection for 23-24 is approximately $110 million based on the continuous growth of this construction sector, among other factors. The collection of royalties from bauxite mining was impacted by the operational challenges experienced across this sector. For 22-23, $360 million was collected, representing a 37% decrease when compared to the previous year. In consideration of the current operating climate of the subsector, in addition to financial collections, the MGD ensures that mined-out lands are properly rehabilitated according to established standards for environmental management. In 22-23, approximately 258 hectares, or about 638 acres, of mined-out bauxite ore bodies were certified as rehabilitated. Since the start of our industry, 10,541 hectares of land has been allocated for mining. Of this amount, 7,725 hectares has been rehabilitated. The remainder represents lands that are either currently being mined or are in the process of being rehabilitated. The MGD further continues to provide baseline engineering geological advice to inform development planning, land use policies, sustainable land development strategies, and civil engineering works across Jamaica. The division conducted a geohazard mapping survey at Shooters Hill, St. Andrew, the site where 2 people lost their lives when their house was destroyed by a landslide in October 2020. The survey showed that approximately 40% of the area can be classified as high to very high landslide susceptibility, which means that there is an extremely high probability of landslides occurring. It also showed that some residential development can be considered in some sensitive areas, but should be guided by sound technical information, which includes recommendations for suitable mitigation measures. Intuitively, the areas of very high landslide susceptibility were not suitable for any development, and as such were recommended for demarcation as no-build zones. Madam Speaker, we are grateful to the ACP EU Development Minerals Program, implemented through the United Nations Development Program, UNDP, for their immense support towards institutional strengthening and capacity building. The UNDP, in collaboration with the MGD, developed, installed, and commissioned a digital mining cadastry called JammingCAD, which I had the honor of launching last year. This system, when fully implemented, will serve as a digital information tool for both regulators and the public, providing easy access to the details on mineral tenements across the country. The program had also provided several small grants to support various activities in the mining sector. These include the upgrade of the spatial data infrastructure of NGD, promotion of the certificate course in mines and quarry management offered at Excelsior Community College, and the Bachelor of Science in Mines and Quarry Management at UTEC. There is also support to clay and stonecraft artisans for their products, such as online marketing. Today, I have shared with you samples of the craft produced. It's outside on the table. I must also inform this Honourable House that the program has also lent support to development of a cost of production mobile app to aid quarry operators in managing their businesses. This year, the program has invested in developing another mobile app to aid in the reporting and speedy resolution of conflicts in the mining sector. We express appreciation to the ACP, EU, and the UNDP for their support. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Transport and Mining, in its program to transform the mineral sector, announced last year that we would be establishing an entity with a core focus on the development of minerals. This entity will be responsible for leading research and piloting the development of Jamaica's mineral wealth, excluding oil and gas and water. The Institute will be a merger of the bauxite-related research functions of the Jamaica Bauxite Institute and the geological survey functions of the Mines and Geology Division. The entity will have no regulatory functions, and we are grateful to the Inter-American Development Bank, IDB, for their contribution to this project as it relates to the business process review to guide development. The Jamaica Bauxite Institute, Madam Speaker, continues to provide research services to the bauxite and minerals industry and is involved in several community engagement projects, such as the renovation of the Black River Hospital frontage through the JBI BCDP in partnership with the Southern Regional Health Authority. The JBI is also furthering its partnership with the Jamaica Social Investment Fund on the Rural Economic Development Program, Ready 2, which will erect greenhouse water harvesting sites across the 5 bauxite-bearing parishes. Lastly, the JBI is working towards ISO accreditation of selected laboratory testing methods with the expectation of becoming the first such certified bauxite laboratory in Jamaica. And Madam Speaker, as I am about to wrap up, the Jamaica Bauxite Mining Company has broadened its strategic thrust with developments in its operational structure for diversified income streams. This is so because the Jamaica Bauxite Mining realizes, as we all do, that bauxite, after almost 70 years in operation in Jamaica, perhaps has only another 20, maximum 30 years left. And so, 4 strategic business units have been set up by the JBM: land development, commercial property, port management, and custodial management have been established for increased efficiency and have enabled sustainable income generating opportunities. There has been significant growth at the Reynolds Pier with improvements in operational processes, talent management, skills development, resulting in a 100% increase in aggregate exports and a progressive increase in cruise vessels berth there. There has also been progress in a port development plan to maximize cargo export, responding to demand in the United States and Guyana. I recently witnessed, Madam Speaker, the largest cargo ship to berth on the island, the MV Donald M. James, loaded with 55,000 tons of chemical-grade limestone from Lidford mining operations. Marking, you hear that? 55,000 tons. Actually, the ship has a capacity of 70,000 tons. But guess why they could only take, actually 75,000 tons. Guess why they could only take 55,000 tons? Place too shallow. Too shallow. So they could only take 55,000 tons. And this is marking a series of shipments that are set to triple the company's exports this year. JBM has proposed a number of projects that are currently awaiting approval from the PIAB. One of these projects is a spring water bottling plant, which aims to produce high-quality bottled spring water for export to the wholesale market, generating over $1.5 million per annum in revenue. Another project is the mixed-use commercial project, a rural development project that will provide over 300,000 square feet of rentable space for clients in the knowledge process outsourcing sector, businesses and industrial warehouses. The project will create high-quality jobs for tertiary graduates in St. Anne, thereby retaining local talent and improving residents' quality of life. Madam Speaker, JBM's focus for 23-24 will be on operational improvements, human capital development, compliance systems, and technological upgrades aligned with Vision 2030 outcomes. The plan is to increase aggregate exports by developing Reynolds Port for limestone exports, forging strategic partnerships and joint ventures, and increasing the current annual capacity of 500 tons to 2.5 million tons in the short term and 4.5 million tons annually in the long term. They will also create an industrial park with 80,000 square feet of rentable space and deliver 500 units of affordable housing in Orange Park to support the amenities. We will move to get approval from PIMC before the end of the financial year. JBM aims to optimize social and financial returns while promoting sector expansion in a sustainable fashion. So, Madam Speaker, as I come to my conclusion, I looked up and I saw my first daughter in the audience, Dr. Sasha. So my first daughter is there, and my last daughter is there. And my second daughter is watching me on TV, okay? So, Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Transport and Mining has come a far way over the past year. Despite the challenges, opportunities abound, and we remain committed to ensuring that this ministry makes a lasting impact on the lives of the Jamaican people. Can you imagine that in this country, we have the largest reserve of high-quality limestone in the entire Caribbean region? God is good. God is good. Yes. As it is with every other ministry, there are challenges. But we will not be daunted by the enormity of the task. We have an obligation to the people of Jamaica to do what we must in the nation's best interest and remain steadfast in our commitment to do just that. My team at the ministry and its agencies has been a tremendous support, and I am confident that these servants of the people who have dedicated their lives to creating a better Jamaica have what it takes to get the job done. The Ministry of Transport and Mining remains committed to being the driving force behind a sustainable and reliable transportation system, as well as for a responsible, profitable mining industry which is God-given to us. God-given. And we must put it to the benefit of the people of this country. Only then can we rest assured that the future of transport and mining is indeed balanced in efficiency and sustainability. Thank you, Madam Speaker. God bless you all, and God bless Jamaica, land we love. Thank you, my brother.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to congratulate Minister Shaw on his presentation. And at this time, I ask that the sectoral debate be suspended.
Members, the question before the House is that the sectoral debate be now suspended. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The debate is
Madam Speaker, I now ask for the recommittal of items on the order of business from statement by ministers to public business. Thank you.
Members, the question is that we have the recommittal of the items on the agenda beginning at statements by ministers. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker,
Statements by ministers.
Madam Speaker, Honorable Kalsamuda, Minister of Labour and Social Security, will now make a statement. Thank you.
Minister of Labour and Social Security.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank the House for accommodating me to deliver this statement. On Thursday, March 16th, Prime Minister, the Most Honorable Andrew Holness, announced in this Honorable House that the national minimum wage and minimum wage for industrial security guards were being increased and will now be expanded on by me after that announcement. Effective June 1st, 2023, the national minimum wage for workers, including household workers, will be increased from $9,000 to $13,000 per 40-hour work week. The new rate for work done during any period not exceeding 40 hours in any week, the single rate will be increased to $325 per hour. Time and a half will be increased to $487.50 per hour for work done in excess of 40 hours in any week. And double time rate will be increased to $650 per hour for work done during any period on a rest day or on a public holiday. Madam Speaker, the minimum wage for industrial security guards will also be increased. This rate moves from $10,500 to $14,000 per 40-hour work week. The increase will be in effect for the next 2 years, starting at June 1st, 2023. Madam Speaker, the revised hourly rate for work done by security guards during any period not exceeding 40 hours in any week will be increased to $350 per hour. That is the single time. Work done during any period in excess of 40 hours in any week will attract a time and a half rate. That rate will be increased to $525 per hour. The security guards will be paid double time for any period worked on a rest day or a public holiday. The double time rate will be increased to $700 per hour. The allowances payable to security guards will also be increased. These include laundry allowance, which will move from $47.62 to $52.38 per hour. Firearm premium allowance moves from $51.95 to $57.15 per hour. And dog handlers premium allowance will move from the current $35.72 to $39.29 per hour. Finally, Madam Speaker, security guards life insurance coverage with double indemnity protection and dismemberment coverage will now be increased from $2,976,000 to $3,275,000. All these increases take effect on June the 1st, 2023, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, the opposition welcomes these increases.
2 million.
But we have a concern. From the last minimum wage increase in 2022, the government of Jamaica, through various ministries and agencies, constitutes one of the largest, if not the largest, employer of security guards and persons who earn the minimum wage. At this point, today, on May 9th, there are still thousands of Jamaican workers who have not gotten the minimum wage increase which went into law in 2022. At the PAC meeting last week, I asked the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Health to provide a status on negotiations with companies who are contracted by the government and who employ janitors, the people who clean the hospitals' doors, etc. He said at the time that 50% of those employed by the Ministry of Health, 50%, that they have concluded negotiations for 2022. So we are in May. These increases take effect June next month. Now, what confidence can I have that, given that we have not implemented the 2022, meaning from moving from $7,000 to $9,000, so we have workers who are still earning $7,000 right now. Right now. So what confidence can we have that when this comes into effect next month, with more than half of the negotiations for last year not concluded, that we will be in a position to pay the workers? The government is the largest employer of labor. Not direct. No, I'm not saying it is direct. I didn't say it was direct. It is indirect because you contract these companies. But the companies can't pay the increase unless there's an adjustment in the contract. And so the companies can't absorb that increase without the adjustment. Are not concluded, you are still going to have thousands of workers who are earning below the minimum wage. And I don't think come June that we will settle with all the companies for last year, much less to deal with this year. So the Minister of Finance, I believe, wants to respond. But we need to know when the government plans to address this disparity that exists, and the companies have been complaining, quite frankly. They have been writing to you, they've been writing to various ministers. Yes, absolutely. Particularly ones who work in the Ministry of Health and the regional health authorities that provide janitorial, security, and other services. Thank you. Complaining that their contracts have not been updated so that they can pay the new minimum wage increase that was announced in 2022. That's what they've been complaining about.
Madam Speaker, with your permission and permission of the Minister on the matter that he raised. First of all, Madam Speaker, nothing should take away from the fact that the government increased the minimum wage from 7,000 to 9,000 2 years ago, which at the time was the largest increase. And hundreds of thousands of workers in Jamaica have benefited. In the government of Jamaica, I just want to make it clear, Madam Speaker, to the best of my knowledge, persons who are directly employed by the government have been paid the increased minimum wage. What the member is speaking to, which is a point that is a valid point, is that companies in one or two ministries in particular, and the minister for that ministry is not here, and therefore can't address it directly, and hence I've just volunteered. In a particular ministry, Madam Speaker, small businesses, medium-sized businesses that ministry employs to deliver services, what the member is contending is that those small and medium-sized businesses, or those medium-sized businesses in their businesses, are not observing the law. And when confronted, the answer they give is that they're waiting for their contract with the ministry to be renewed. Now, Madam Speaker, the way in which the law works is that the responsibility to pay workers the minimum wage rests with the employer, which in the cases being identified are these particular businesses providing services. Now, the fact that that particular ministry may need to update their contracts, I think, is something that I've heard the minister say, or the permanent secretary say, they are addressing and will be dealt with. But let us be careful about how we shift responsibility, Madam Speaker. There are companies in the private sector who are for-profit companies. Just want to be clear that the companies have a responsibility. They have their companies to be capitalized. If they can't be capitalized, they don't have access to financing, then, you know, if the law comes down on them and say you are not observing the law and paying the minimum wage, they can't go to court and say their contract. They're a limited liability company. They've gone into business and they have an obligation to observe the law. The government of Jamaica, which is our responsibility, we have fulfilled our responsibility, the minister has, and he can speak to it in terms of raising minimum wage. We've also fulfilled a responsibility in that people who are directly employed to the government have been paid the amounts, and it is the responsibility of companies to make sure they follow the law. But I know that the permanent secretary in the particular ministry has given his undertaking that those renewals will happen. But let me just remind, Madam Speaker, that in the compensation restructuring, which is in my domain, the salaries for weekly paid staff in the previous scale were in the region of $8,000 a week, $9,000 a week and $10,000 a week. Under the compensation restructuring, the salaries for weekly paid staff who are directly employed by the government, I just don't want this to be lost, have been increased, Madam Speaker. The scales are available on the Ministry of Finance website to between $15,000, $17,000 all the way up to $20,000 a week, Madam Speaker. Okay? So there was a time that in terms of direct employment, the government was the largest employer of minimum wage. I want to say that under this government, that is no longer the case. The minimum salaries in the public service are far ahead of the old minimum wage, and even though the Prime Minister increased the minimum wage by a whopping, 40 or 50%, the minimum weekly salaries in the public service in terms of direct employment, not taken away from the member's point, but in terms of direct employment, are far in excess of the minimum wage being announced today. So let that not be lost, Madam Speaker, in the point that is being made. That's all I want to say.
Madam Speaker, the Minister not answering the question directly. It is not reasonable to believe that these small companies who employ hundreds, sometimes thousands of employees, can absorb that increase on their own, waiting for a year and more for that adjustment in the contract. I can send you letters that they have sent to you, not just yesterday, but from months ago, from the 2022 adjustment. So you can't put the burden now on the company. Well, are you going to lock them up because they are breaching the law when you have not adjusted the contracts and paid them? Is the government going to lock up these companies when you have not adjusted their contracts? You can't say to the company, you must find the cash flow to absorb. It's not one or two people they employ. It's thousands of people they employ. Their wage bill would go up by millions of dollars fortnightly when they are still collecting the same money on the old minimum wage. And I'm saying I continue to be concerned because what the permanent secretary said, only 50% of one ministry, they have done the negotiations for 2022. It don't reach 2023 yet. And we are 1 month away. So what going to happen to these workers when the adjustment come in June? They're going to still be on the $7,000 a week. And they are waiting on the government. What I would want the Minister of Finance to tell me, because what the line ministries say, and the permanent secretary said it at the PAC, is that they are the budget would have been cast in November, so they have to get a supplementary budget with the additional monies so that they can deal with these contracts. Right. So what I would like to hear from the minister is when the ministry is going to get it, so that the ministries can fulfill their obligation, and not to turn around and say it is the responsibility of the companies. The companies have been doing what they are supposed to do. They cannot subsidize the government. So that's the answer I'd like.
Yeah, so let us be very clear about one thing, Madam Speaker, that on the point that Jamaican workers who are due to get the minimum wage, we are at one, that it is a crying shame if it is indeed the case that the minimum wage was increased from 7,000 to 9,000, and there are persons, no, that would be a crying shame, and we are at one with that. What I am only seeking to point out, Madam Speaker, because there would have been some misunderstanding when the member's presentation first began, he clarified it towards the end, that these are not direct employees of the government, okay? However, the point is a very valid point, Madam Speaker. It's only a pity that the minister responsible in that particular ministry is not here today, but it's primarily there given the structure of that ministry. And we just have to ensure that that ministry works with alacrity to renew and renegotiate the contracts with these medium-sized businesses so that the workers can be paid properly. That just has to happen, and there's no excuse for that. I want to make it very clear. No excuse for that at all. But at the same time, Madam Speaker, I don't want to be lost what the government has done for minimum wage earners in the government by increasing the scale from $15,000 a week.
Hold on, 1 second, Minister. I just want to be clear again. In that particular ministry, the permanent secretary sat here, and his contention is he does not have the budget in his ministry to make the adjustment because his budget was cast in November before the new increase was made. So he can't make the adjustment unless finance provides to him the additional monies for the new increase. So he's negotiating new contracts, but he needs the resources to pay the new increase. That's what he said at PAC last week.
Yeah. So, no, if you've kind of switched the argument or the conversation. First you're talking about the historical period where the increase was from 7 to 9, right? And now you're talking about the current increase to say that it is going to be increased from 9,000 to 13,000. And yeah, so I can say without that the government of Jamaica, consistent with what we have done for directly employed persons in the public service who were earning at levels of $9,000 and $10,000 a week, we have increased those salaries to $17,000 and $18,000 a week for tens of thousands of persons in the civil service. And consistent with that, Madam Speaker, if the minister moves the minimum wage to 13,500, the budgetary space will have to be provided for the renegotiation of those contracts. That goes without saying, but the ministry has to do the work and supply us with the information. So that's not a contentious issue. That's not a contentious issue. That would have to happen as a matter of course, and that would be one of the first calls on the budget. Not a contentious issue at all. Yeah, absolutely. I agree.
All right, thank you very much, Minister, for your, as usual, clear explanation and commitment. But let me just remind my colleague next door. I'm the Minister of Labour. And it is the Minister of Labour's job to ensure that come June the 1st, everyone pays the minimum wage, at least. But I have every confidence in the world in my Minister of Finance, who is going to give you and has given you so far and will continue to deliver what he has promised, that the matter will be clarified as soon as June 1 comes around. Am I right, Minister? Responsible government, strong leadership. Madam Speaker, I thank you very much.
Announcements.
Laid on the table of the House today are the following: Annual Report on Audited Financial Statements of the Kingston Free Zone Company Limited for the financial year 2019-2020. The National Minimum Wage Amendment Order 2023 and Resolution, and the Minimum Wage Industrial Security Guard Amendment Order 2023 and its resolution made under the Minimum Wage Act. The Judiciary Salaries Orders 2023 made under the Judiciary Act. The Public Procurement International Finance Corporation Advisory Services National Broadband Network Project Order 2023 and resolution made under the Public Procurement Act. And the report of the Independent Commission of the Judiciary inquiry and recommendations on the adequacy of salaries and benefits for judges for the period 2021-2023, dated April 2023.
Bills brought from the Senate.
The following is a message from the President of the Senate. To the Honorable House of Representatives, I have the honor to advise the Honorable House of Representatives that on the 5th day of May 2023, a bill entitled An Act to Validate and Confirm as Lawful the purported continuation in office of the members of the Consumer Protection Tribunal and all official acts done by them in good faith and inadvertent as to their not having been in compliance with the provisions of the Consumer Protection Act in the purported exercise of the functions conferred upon them during the period commencing on the 28th day of May 2021 and ending on the 8th day of May 2022, to indemnify the members of the Consumer Protection Tribunal and persons who are liable to be proceeded against on the ground that the acts were unauthorized, illegal, or improper from liability in relation thereto and for connected matters, was passed in the Honorable Senate. Signed, Thomas Tavares, Finson, OJCD, KCJP, President of the Senate.
Minister of Finance, taking charge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I signify my willingness to take charge of the bill in the House.
A bill shortly entitled the Consumer Protection, Validation and Indemnity of Tribunal Act 2023, read a first time.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice of the second reading of the bill.
Petitions, papers, reports from committees, notices of motions given orally.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice at the next meeting of the House. I will move the Public Procurement International Finance Corporation Advisory Services National Broadband Network Order 2023 Resolution. And the resolution, Madam Speaker, the Public Procurement Act, the Public Procurement International Finance Corporation Advisory Services National Broadband Network Project Order 2023 Resolution, whereas Section 3, subsection 3 of the Act provides that the Minister may, by order, subject to affirmative resolution, declare that the Act or any provision thereof shall not apply, A, to a public-private partnership approved by the Cabinet, B, to a national development project, C, in respect of the procurement of any class of goods, works, or services, or D, to a public body, as the Minister may subject to such terms and conditions, if any, specify. Now, therefore, be it resolved by this Honourable House as follows. 1. The resolution may be cited as a Public Procurement International Finance Corporation Advisory Services National Broadband Network Project Order 2023 Resolution. 2. The Public Procurement International Finance Corporation Advisory Services National Broadband Network Project Order 2023 is hereby affirmed. Madam Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I'll move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take this motion. Madam Speaker, while I'm standing, I would ask your permission to the next one. I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move, be it resolved, that the Judiciary Salaries Order 2023 under the Judiciary Act, which was laid on the table of the House on the 9th day of May 2023, be referred to the Regulations Committee of the House of Representatives for consideration and report. Madam Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I'll move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take this resolution.
House Leader, anybody taking the minimum wage?
Madam Speaker, Minister Samudo will now do the National Minimum Wage Amendment Order. You will.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move the National Minimum Wage Amendment Order 2023 resolution and the Minimum Wage Industrial Security Guards Amendment Order 2023 resolution under the Minimum Wage Act. The Minimum Wage Amendment Order 2023 resolution. Whereas, by virtue of Section 3 of the Minimum Wage Act, hereinafter referred to as the Act, the Minister may, by order published in the Gazette, fix minimum rates of wages for any occupation in the island, either generally or in any specific area, place, or district, in any case where the minister is satisfied that the wages being paid to any person employed in any such occupation are unreasonably low, and may, if the minister is satisfied that it is desirable so to do, fix a minimum wage applicable subject to the provisions of this section to occupations generally. And whereas, pursuant to subsection 3 of the section of the minister may, by order, vary or cancel a minimum wage. And whereas, on the 8th day of May 2023, the minister made National Minimum Wage Amendment Order 2023, and whereas subsection 5 of the said section 3 provides that an order made under that section in relation to a national minimum wage shall be subject to affirmative resolution of the House of Representatives, and whereas it is desirable that the National Minimum Wage Amendment Order 2023 be affirmed. Now, therefore, be it resolved by this Honourable House as follows. The resolution may be cited as the National Minimum Wage Amendment Order 2023 resolution. The National Minimum Wage Amendment Order 2023 is hereby affirmed. Madam Speaker, in respect of the Minimum Wage Industrial Security Guards Amendment Order 2023 resolution. Whereas by virtue of Section 3 of the Minimum Wage Act, hereinafter referred to as the Act, the Minister may, by order published in the Gazette, fix minimum rates of wage for any occupation in the island, either generally or in any specified area, place, or district, in any case where the Minister is satisfied that the wages being paid to any person employed in any such occupation are unreasonably low, and may, if the Minister is satisfied that it is desirable so to do, fix a national minimum wage applicable subject to the provisions of this section to occupations generally. And whereas, pursuant to Section 3 of Section 3 of the Act, the Minister may by order vary or cause a minimum wage, and whereas on the 8th day of May 2023, the Minister made Minimum Wage Industrial Security Guards Amendment Order 2023, and whereas subsection 5 of Section 3 of the Act provides that an order made under that section in relation to a national minimum wage shall be subject to affirmative resolution of the House of Representatives. And whereas it is desirable that the Minimum Wage Industrial Security Guards Amendment Order 2023 be affirmed. Now, therefore, be it resolved that by this Honourable House as follows. 1. This resolution may be cited as the Minimum Wage Industrial Security Guards Amendment Order 2023 resolution. And 2, the Minimum Wage Industrial Security Guards Amendment Order 2023 is hereby affirmed. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Not bad.
Questions and answers to questions. Motions that may be made at the commencement of public business requiring notice. Motions relating to sittings of the House. Motions for leave to introduce bills. Public business.
Madam Speaker, with respect to the Public Procurement International Finance Corporation resolution, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the resolution, notice of which I gave earlier.
Members, the question before the House is that the standing orders be suspended to enable the Minister to take the resolution, notice of which he gave earlier. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it. Minister.
Madam Speaker, I don't intend to detain the House for too long on it. This resolution, the Minister or Ministry of Science, Energy and Technology proposes to establish a broadband project, which he will speak to, I believe, and the procurement of it will be by way of a PPP, and PPP requires that we have a transaction advisor to advise the Ministry and other parts of government on the formulation of the project that we take to market. And we are working with the IFC, which is the subsidiary private sector arm of the World Bank, on this PPP and others to come, Madam Speaker. But under our public procurement rules, as currently designed, we can't engage them directly. We'd require a competitive process unless we get this exemption that is being sought. The project is being, by virtue of this resolution, given the designation of a national development project with the particular exemption related to its status being that it can hire the IFC to provide services to do the business plan and services later on to be the transaction advisor to the project. And that is the nature of the resolution, and I seek the support of the House for its passage. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, just a couple of questions. We're not opposed to what is being proposed, but I wanted to find out whether the nature of the assistance, technical assistance, whether it is being provided free to the government with a proviso that the government will have to use the World Bank in the funding of the project at a later stage, or is it that there's a particular sum that the government would have to pay the IFC for these consulting and advisory services upfront now, which would enable the government to do business with any multilateral agency going forward?
Thank you for those questions, through you, Madam Speaker. On the second part of it first, when we engage IFC for projects, there are no quid pro quo in terms of the financing of the project. They're simply providing transaction advisory services, doing the project projections, structuring the due diligence, social, environmental, financial, and other technical due diligence, doing the legal due diligence, helping us to put the transaction documents together, and then very importantly, the pre-market roadshow where we try to generate interest. They do these kind of transactions all around the world, so they know the investors in each segment of the economy who would be interested in different kinds of projects. And then finally, to run that bid process in a way that is highly beneficial, the confidence that's induced with the IFC run process. So that's a service that they provide, and there's no link that if they provide a transaction service, we have to use any financing from them. The bidders are free to choose whatever financing they want. With respect to whether it's fee-based, when we hire the IFC, it's a fee-based transaction. The choice that we have would be to hire some other entity in the private sector. However, what has traditionally happened, and what we hope to happen in this case as well, is we have been able to secure donor funds from members of the IFC that pay those advisory fees. In the case of the last two, well, you know, we're working on the North Coast PPP, and when we did the Norman Manley International Airport PPP, both of which IFC advised, the government of Canada very kindly provided us with funds from which we were able to pay the transaction advisory fees.
Just in the interest of transparency, could you indicate, even though there is no cost directly to the government of Jamaica, what the range that those fees are likely to be in for the broadband one, and also the expansion of the highway from in center and further down?
Right. So the process is that once the order is approved, we enter into a financial services advisory agreement with the IFC, and that's where the fees will become apparent. So I don't have the fees for the broadband project. I don't have the fees either for the North Coast. I could get it for you. My recollection, I don't want to use my recollection, but they're not fees in any case that are, so just to be clear, as you'll understand, I don't have the fees for the one that we're doing now, and for the one that we have already engaged them, I wouldn't have it on my hand. And I haven't paid as much, because we have donor money, donor funds that are paying those fees. So Jamaica gets a double, triple benefit, right? If we didn't engage them, we'd have to engage one of the number of private sector advisors. And the fees for these kinds of transactions, just think of the legal due diligence, environmental due diligence, technical due diligence, social due diligence, communications infrastructure, and then putting the transactions together. Any private sector entity providing that service, you're talking, you know, yeah. Thank you, man.
Can I just ask the minister if, huh? Oh, you're talking tomorrow? Oh, well, I wanted you to give, all right, so you'll announce the timeline tomorrow. All right, I'll leave you. You need a headline tomorrow. All right.
Madam Speaker, if no more comments with respect to the debate on the resolution, I ask, Madam Speaker, that the resolution be approved.
Members, the question before the House is that the resolution brought by the Minister be approved. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it.
So, Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders. This is with respect to the Judiciary Salaries order to enable me to take the resolution, notice of which I gave earlier.
Members, the question before the House is that the standing orders be suspended to enable the Minister to take the resolution, notice of which he gave earlier. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it. Minister.
So, Madam Speaker, I rise to speak on the resolution connected with the Judiciary Salaries Order 2023 under the Judiciary Act, which was tabled today. Madam Speaker, emoluments for members of the Judiciary are determined in accordance with the Judiciary Amendment Act of 1992, which requires that these salaries are independently reviewed in 3-year cycles. The last review of judicial emoluments was done in 2020 for the period April 1st, 2018 to March 31st, 2021. Madam Speaker, by provisions of the Judiciary Amendment Act 1992, Section 4A, subsection 1, the 10th Independent Commission of the Judiciary was established by the Minister of Justice on April 1st, 2022, for a period of 6 months. By way of letter dated September 25th, 2022, an extension was given for an additional 6 months to allow the Commission to complete and present its report. The named members of the 2022 Commission, pursuant to the instrument of appointment, were Mr. Leighton McKnight, Chairman, Ms. Minna Israel, Commissioner, and Mrs. Michelle Robinson, Commissioner. The Commissioner was appointed to A, inquire into the adequacy of the salaries and other amounts payable under the Act and the adequacy of judges' benefits generally, and B, make recommendations as the Commission considers appropriate in relation to A above. The proposals of the 10th Independent Commission of the Judiciary have been tabled in this House, along with the submission from the Judiciary itself to the Independent Commission. In arriving at its final position in respect to salaries and other benefits, the Commissioners have been mindful of and have attempted to balance the implications of a range of matters, and these include: 1, the new public sector compensation system and its implications for judicial emoluments; B, the proposal from the Judiciary, which is also tabled, in relation to adjustments to compensation levels; 3, the need to preserve judicial independence; 4, the relative demand and supply dynamics in the wider legal profession and implications for pricing legal services, remuneration to lawyers, and the resulting ability of the Judiciary to attract talent in the medium and long term; 5, the demand for judges in other jurisdictions in the Caribbean and the pay rate which may induce talent flight; and 6, the limitation that restricts judges from practicing after leaving the bench. Madam Speaker, the Commission has recommended that all allowances with the exception of housing and security be rolled into basic salary with effect April 1st, 2022, which is the second year in the 3-year period. The recommendations of the Independent Commission relate, I remind the House, to fiscal years 2021-22, 2022-23, and this year, 23-24. The Constitution of Jamaica, Madam Speaker, makes it clear that members of the Judiciary are not public servants. However, they are a part of Jamaican society and as such cannot be totally immune from the conditions in the country. In the fiscal year 2021-22, Jamaica was recovering from the historic 10% collapse in economic output due to the COVID-19 pandemic, which also had the impact of compromising revenue flows. This House will recall, Madam Speaker, that as a result of these developments, the government of Jamaica was not in a position to begin the restructuring of public sector compensation in that year as previously planned. And we sought, within a 12-month period, we sought agreement with over 40 unions, and we got their agreement to have a holding position and accept a 4% increase in light of the conditions that the country was facing. Madam Speaker, in light of that restraint that the society, that the wider public society was constrained to accept, Madam Speaker, it would breach the broader social compact of our country, to which we actually owe our fiscal transformation, to have public servants accept this compromise in 21-22 on one hand, and then on the other hand, for that same year, implement transformational increases in the emoluments for members of the Judiciary. For that reason, Madam Speaker, we propose that the compensation for the Judiciary be increased by 6% in fiscal year 21-22. And that's a departure from the Commission's recommendation, right? We're proposing 6% in 21-22, and we further propose that the independent commission's recommended adjustments for 22-23 and for 2023-24 be adopted as recommended by the Commission. Those 2 years coincide with the overhauling of compensation generally in the system. Madam Speaker, these adjustments for 21-22, 22-23, and 23-24, i.e. over the 3 years, will cost approximately $1.877 billion, and that will all have to be accounted for in this fiscal year. I wish to remind the House, Madam Speaker, and the public of what we have is a back pay element for 21-22, 6%, a back pay element for 22-23, which is the overhaul compensation, and the new compensation for 23-24. All of that together costs $1.877 billion. Yes. I wish to remind the House, Madam Speaker, and the public of the scholarly independence required of members of the judiciary, in addition to the requirement that they lead lives of restraint, such that they retain a steely imperviousness to undue influence from any quarter. Furthermore, unlike public servants and politicians, they are forbidden from working in Jamaica in their field of training, which is the law, upon retirement. These factors, Madam Speaker, I am sure, would have influenced the Independent Commission in recommending these compensation levels for members of the judiciary. Jamaica, Madam Speaker, needs an independent, strong, wise, efficient judiciary if we are to achieve our developmental objectives. In light of this, Madam Speaker, we are pleased that after consideration by the Regulations Committee, members of the judiciary will finally be able to enjoy the kind of remuneration, Madam Speaker, that is commensurate with the nature and prestige of the job. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay.
Madam Speaker,
Madam Speaker, the opposition has no issue with what has been proposed. We support it.
Right.
We recognize the peculiarity of the judiciary, their inability to work once they've completed their service on the bench, the fact that you want to ensure that they take decisions without having to worry about what they will do post-retirement, and also the fact that there are many other jurisdictions within the region with much higher salaries, and which many of the members of the judiciary, once they have reached retirement age, look forward to going to, whether it's in Cayman, Bahamas, Turks and Caicos, elsewhere. So we take no issue with what is being proposed, and we support the announcement by the government.
Madam Speaker, may I just briefly congratulate the Minister of Finance. I would say, Madam Speaker, this report was a bit late, came in April, in fact, April the 25th, passed on to the Minister of Finance, and within a matter of 2 weeks, he was able to examine the report, brought it to Cabinet, Cabinet approved with his recommendations. And Madam Speaker, I would like to thank the Independent Commission for the Judiciary in taking time out to analyze the various salaries across the Commonwealth and also in Jamaica, and to make these recommendations, which the Minister of Finance, and supported by the opposition, have accepted. Madam Speaker, this government should be congratulated for accepting the recommendations of the Independent Commission of the Judiciary that will put the judiciary to make it strong, independent, and efficient, as the Minister of Finance has said. Madam Speaker, I would like to tell Member Robinson that the salaries that have now been recommended and to be implemented will make the judiciary in Jamaica one of the best paid in the Caribbean. And Madam Speaker, consistent with what I said in my sectoral debate last Tuesday, we want one of the best justice systems in the Caribbean and the world. And this, Madam Speaker, with these salaries, it will undoubtedly ensure that the gradual improvement at the Supreme Court and Court of Appeal level will continue and make us world standard judiciary and justice system. Madam Speaker, I would just like to report to the House that only today I have appointed the same members, the Independent Commission for the Judiciary, to consider the parish court judge's salary, which they will get from the 1st of April this year. And Madam Speaker, believe me, so far, as I said last week, the parish court judges are now operating at world standard. And therefore, the justice system is a complement to this government and the support that the Minister of Finance and this government has given to the judiciary and the justice system. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker. For all of my professional life, I've been working on reforms in the justice sector at one level or the other. And I have to say that I feel proud to be part of a government that understands what it means to do what is right. We are criticized a lot. Wanting change is not the same thing as taking the steps to bring change. Madam Speaker, judicial compensation is subject to unique requirements that do not apply to others paid from the public purse. And the compensation is governed by constitutional principles designed to ensure public confidence in the independence and integrity of the judiciary. For a long time, we have had so many economic challenges. And this is not to say that we are over them, but the country is at a stage where some things are behind us, even as we look ahead. And, Madam Speaker, the importance of setting the level of judicial compensation at a certain place is to avoid the perception that judges might be susceptible to undue pressure and undue influence. Today is a good day for the country. I am pleased to be part of this Andrew Holness-led administration, and I commend the Finance Minister, the Justice Minister, for honoring a process that, for the first time, certainly in my almost 30 years at the bar, I'm seeing a level of remuneration that befits the office and institution of judge and the judiciary. So, Madam Speaker, I think this is setting the stage that all offices are to be put at a level that speaks to their value and their dignity. It is a good day in Jamaica.
Madam Speaker, thanks to the members who have spoken on the resolution. I'll just add a bit of information, Madam Speaker, that to the best of my knowledge, this is the fastest that we have gone from completion of report through all the steps to have it tabled here in Parliament. It has long been a complaint, Madam Speaker, that the process has taken too long. As we aim to improve our democracy, we have an independent commission that does their work, and I have given my commitment, Madam Speaker, that as soon as we will deal with these reports expeditiously as soon as they're received, to the best of our ability. And I think since I gave that commitment, Madam Speaker, I think we're off to a good start. A good start. Except for the first year. No. So, Madam Speaker, I just want to thank the independent commissioners appointed by the Minister responsible for justice for the report that they submitted. I put the resolution, Madam Speaker, to the House for the matter to be referred to the Regulations Committee.
Members, the question before the House is that the matter be referred to the Regulations Committee. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, I now ask for the recommittal of the item statements by ministers to enable the Prime Minister, the Most Honourable Andrew Holness, to make a presentation. Okay.
Members, the question of the, before the House is that there's a recommittal of the item statements by ministers to allow the Prime Minister to make a statement. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Prime Minister.
Speaker, in early March, I provided an update to the country by way of a press conference and then again in my budget presentation relating to the current state of the drought conditions affecting Jamaica. Though Jamaica has experienced some rainfall in recent weeks, it is neither evenly distributed or sufficient to provide a respite for affected communities. Madam Speaker, Jamaica's bimodal rainfall pattern consists of two peak periods with higher values of rainfall and corresponding periods of lower rainfall, as you can see from the graph being displayed. The primary peak occurs in October and the secondary peak in May. So this month, Madam Speaker, should be a month where we are experiencing peak rainfall. The lowest troughs are during the period February to March and the month of July. This is based on long-term reports, but of course there would be deviations from this pattern over any period, but not significant deviation. As of October 2022, the month in which Jamaica would normally receive its highest rainfall total for the entire year, the island has been receiving less than average rainfall amount. So in our expected highest peak, we were experiencing low rainfall. This continued through to November 2022, December 2022, January 2023, February 2023, with rainfall deficits moving from 21% to 33% to 50% to 68% and then to 72%. So in other words, of the rainfall we expect to receive, we did not receive 72% of the rainfall we expected to receive. That's a deficit. So the trend was reversed in March 2023 where the deficit was only 5%. But if you look at it from a statistical perspective, even though the deficit is only 5%, that was in your lowest month, so you would really have a lower rainfall anyway. So, Madam Speaker, we are really in a crisis. And well, the question asked by the members is how sustainable this is. The issue, Madam Speaker, is that when we look at the bimodal trend, we are off it. We have deviated significantly for this season. We don't know what other seasons will hold, but certainly within this season, we have deviated significantly. So it is a crisis situation. The graph there projected shows the areas. It's a heat map, an intensity map, which shows the areas where we are affected significantly by low rainfall. April seems to be another month where we will be in deficit, and the data is still being gathered, not confirmed, but it seems to be a month where we will be in deficit. During this 6-month period, that is from November through to March, the number of parishes experiencing conditions of drought steadily increased from 3 in November to 11 in February. And based upon the rainfall that we received in March, only 6 parishes would have been experiencing a meteorological drought. But it's important to note, Madam Speaker, that an analysis of the data comparing rainfall accumulated during the October to February periods of 2022 to 2023 and the climatological normal reveals the startling fact that the current dry period has been cumulatively drier than any similar period in our recorded meteorological history. So we are in an extreme period of dryness relative to our recorded meteorological history. The situation is further compounded, Madam Speaker. The Caribbean Institute of Meteorology and Hydrology has published precipitation outlooks for the Caribbean region for the periods May to July 2023 and August to October 2023. In the projection covering the period May to July 2023, Jamaica was assessed to have a 40% chance of below normal rainfall, with a lower likelihood of receiving normal or above normal amounts. For the ensuing period of August to October 2023, the chance of below normal rainfall slips to 25%, with the likelihood of it being above normal rising to 40%. Madam Speaker, looking at specific parishes, the outlook for May to July 2023 suggests that most of the country will continue to experience below normal rainfall. However, the Met Service has projected that Portland is likely to be the most impacted, followed by other eastern and some western parishes. So if you look at the map currently being displayed for February to March 2023, you will see the red. Oh, it's not, sorry. It's not projected on both sides. We definitely need a new parliament. But you can see the intensity map that is being projected shows it is usually the verdant color of prosperity and, you know, growth. Yes, but no, the red indicates the intensity of dryness. And Portland, that the eastern parishes are going to be affected, but Portland in particular will be specifically affected by dryness. Madam Speaker, we are cognizant of the particular suffering which has faced the people of Portland, which makes the above projections all the more troubling. And I will address some of the measures that we will be putting in place specific to that parish and generally for the parishes affected by drought. There is also another complicating factor, Madam Speaker. On May 3rd, 2023, the World Meteorological Organization issued a statement advising of the imminent development of the El Niño phenomenon, coming after a 3-year El Niño event. The El Niño has a 60 to 80% chance of developing during the spring-summer of 2023. However, there was no indication about how long it is expected to last or how severe it would become. Members of the House and indeed citizens listening would recall that during an El Niño weather event, the Caribbean tends to be drier and hotter than usual in terms of its mean temperatures, and particularly during the late wet seasons from August through to November. Persons have been commenting, Madam Speaker, about the temperature, that May is already feeling like summer. That is, Madam Speaker, some of the changes happening in our climate and in our environment. So the recent meteorological drought, which is occurring over the Caribbean, and droughts that have occurred before, coincides, Madam Speaker, with the El Niño event. Madam Speaker, we have managed the extreme drought relatively well up to this point. We had hoped that the traditional rainfall patterns for May would have pertained and would have given us some relief. It is still possible that it could happen, Madam Speaker, and we do pray for those of us of faith that, and at this point, if you believe rain dance will help. But for those of us of faith, we continue to pray for rain. Madam Speaker, allow me to highlight the hydrological impact of the drought. While the country has experienced meteorological drought over the past, Madam Speaker, with this particular drought, we are seeing significant impacts on our water storage and distribution systems. In particular, Madam Speaker, we are seeing effects on some of our rivers, and especially, Madam Speaker, on some of our groundwater facilities. Madam Speaker, the rivers in the east of the country have been noticeably lower in terms of their normal flows. And while all the rivers are rain-fed, these rivers are particularly rain-fed. They are not fed from underground water storage. So, Madam Speaker, when there is no rain, immediately the level in these rivers fall. So we would see fluctuations in the water supply from those rivers. So, Madam Speaker, in the eastern end of the island, the rivers there are not fed from, as I said, underground supplies. They are rain-fed. But the particular rock formations there on which they run, those formations, Madam Speaker, are volcanic, so they don't allow for much infiltration. So effectively, when the rain falls, the water runs off. So there is very little storage that is taking place. So you can imagine, Madam Speaker, that when there is no rain, the impact of the water supply systems that depend on those flows it is immediate, which is what is happening, which explains partially why Portland in particular is having those challenges. Madam Speaker, the central and western rivers, largely, that is the rivers in the central and western end of the island, largely originate from the cockpit country or from its fringes. The limestone characteristics of those areas allows for more infiltration. So these rivers are more groundwater fed. Thus, while they will exhibit some reduced flow, generally their base flow is more consistent. This explains, Madam Speaker, why the eastern end of the island is being affected because of the meteorological drought, but the central and western ends are not so badly affected. But, Madam Speaker, it raises the important point why we need and why we must protect the cockpit country. Yes. That is our reliable store of water. Madam Speaker, we all know that the primary agency charged with the delivery of potable water is the National Water Commission. The National Water Commission surface water sources, which are responsible for more than 70% of the potable water supply in the island, have been impacted by the drought conditions due to the current dry season. Although the NWC has implemented various operating strategies to minimize the negative effects of the reduction in source yields since the start of 2023, some customers served by some of the typically worst affected systems are already experiencing low water pressure or interruptions in their piped water supply. The impacted system in the east are the Hermitage system and the Mona Reservoir in the corporate area, which are currently at 40%. That's the Hermitage Dam, is at 40%. And Mona is at 39.5% of its capacity. In addition, the Seaview Water Treatment Plant is now at 73% of its capacity. And when you put all of this together, this has caused significant disruption in corporate area water supply. But, Madam Speaker, relative to other droughts that we have experienced, these disruptions have not been as dislocating. And primarily, Madam Speaker, this is because of the large investments that we have made in the corporate. Significant multi-billion-dollar investments in putting in new pipelines along Mandela, running along 3 miles, Spanish Town Road, going all the way down, Madam Speaker, into East Kingston and Port Royal, which is carrying millions of gallons of water per day into the corporate area that substitutes for the fallout. Madam Speaker, I could list all the water sources that are affected, but I'll just name a few. In East Rural, Clydesdale, that is in East Rural St. Andrew, Craighill, Drummond, Griffin Hall, Herbert Springs, all of these have been affected. Their storage capacity have been reduced. In West Rural St. Andrew, Barnett Wood, Belbower, Belmore, Bucky Plain, or Plain rather, Chuchu Bottom, you know there. All of those water supplies have been reduced. In St. Thomas, Wilmington, Needham Pen, Davis Mountain, Nuts River, Arnotley Grove, Windsor Castle, Easington, Erie Castle, Old Dumfries, Prospect, Rockbrook, and Trinityville, all those water supply facilities, their capacities are reduced. In St. Mary, Gale Spring, Lucky Hill, Sandy Hill, Pembroke Hall, Bunnygate, Rock Spring, Palmetto Grove, Martha Hall, all of those have been negatively affected. In St. Catherine, Gold Mine, Geysil, and Sioux River, those capacities have reduced. In Clarendon, Goshen, Low Ground, number 1 and 2 wells, Fairburn, Kellets, and Rock River, all those storage and water distribution capacities have been reduced. In Portland, as I said, Haining, Packy River, Norwich, Windsor Forest, Turtle Crawl, and Long Bay, and Kensington, all of those capacities have been reduced. In St. Anne, Dawsontown, Avisfield, Higgintown, Seville, Liberty, Blackstonehenge, and Content, those capacities have been reduced. On the western end of the island, the affected systems are as follows. In Trelawney, Wakefield number 1, that is Wakefield well number 1, that is down, that is at 80% of capacity. So it's not affected so badly. In Troy, 50% of capacity, but Ulster Spring is 20% of capacity, and Wilson Run 20% of capacity. Wakefield number 3 is at 80% of capacity, Wakefield number 4, 65% of capacity, and the Bounty Hall relief stations are on regulation, meaning that they turn them on and off periodically due to low yield. In Hanover, Logwood is at 70%, and New Mills, if that is a pronunciation, New Mills is at 50%. St. James, now, Madam Speaker, St. James being a western parish, some of it is served, again, from the Cockpit Country feeds, but they have some particular problems. In Dornoch, or Dantro, yes, they are at 50% of their capacity. Vaughansfield is at 25% of their capacity. Endeavour is at 40% of capacity, and Mafuta, 40% of capacity. Madam Speaker, I have mentioned the systems in St. James, the last, because in addition to the significant impact of the drought, there has been significant mechanical failure in recent weeks, made worse by breaks along the main supply lines. The government is conscious of the issues facing St. James and indeed the entire North Coast. Madam Speaker, to just explain briefly, there are significant hotel and other kinds of commercial and residential developments taking place on the North Coast, particularly in St. James and along that corridor, Trelawney stretching into Hanover. In fact, Madam Speaker, several thousand new hotel rooms will come on stream in the next 5 years. We have to catch up with the provision of water supply, and those investments, Madam Speaker, are already in the pipeline. But there is an interesting fact that the public and indeed the residents of St. James may not immediately appreciate. Madam Speaker, because our water infrastructure is old, many of these pipelines were laid 40, 50 years ago. Whenever there is a drop in the water pressure, so whenever the NWC has to regulate water because water sources are limited, the pipes collapse. In other words, the consistent pressure in the pipes keeps the pipe flowing, keeps the water flowing through the pipe. But whenever the NWC has to regulate, Madam Speaker, the pipes sometimes collapse or they break. And so residents in St. James, several communities have been experiencing disruptions, not only because of the lower water supply capacity, but because of mechanical failures in the distribution systems. So that is something that we are wrestling with in St. James, which means, Madam Speaker, that we are going to have to make some major investments in changing out pipelines in some of these areas. Madam Speaker, we are aware of two particular areas of concern. As I've said, these predominantly relate to leaks. And as I've said, once the pressure drops, the pipes shift, and some of them collapse, and so you have significant leaks. And the other issue, Madam Speaker, is the NWC has been publishing regulation schedules. So you will hear that water will be available between, 4 p.m. and 8 p.m. But those announcements are not always reliable, and that creates its own challenges and frustration for customers. And I've interrogated it, Madam Speaker, and one of the challenges that the NWC has, not begging for excuse or understanding, but just giving the public information so that they are better aware of what is happening, is that when they shut down systems, it takes significant time to recharge. So if, Madam Speaker, they have to alternate, so they are giving a community water between, let's say, noon and 6 p.m. When they switch that valve, it can take several hours to recharge the entire system so that water can flow elsewhere. But there is an unknown variable because the rate of recharge is being slowed by the level of water that they have in supply. So it's a very difficult position in which the NWC finds itself. But this is not to say that a more refined schedule could not be published so that customers have better information on which to make their planning decisions. I just thought I'd explain to the public, Madam Speaker, some of the intricacies of trying to manage water distribution within this general context of a meteorological drought which is affecting water supply. Madam Speaker, all Jamaicans should now be aware that the climate is indeed changing and that our weather patterns are shifting. We can expect longer periods of intense drought and indeed periods of intense rainfall. Madam Speaker, I don't believe that as a country we have done enough to bring our citizens, the average Jamaican, into the conversation about climate change. I think for the average Jamaican, they probably see this as a highfalutin conversation above their heads. Somebody else must worry about that. Madam Speaker, the more I have to treat with these issues and the more we see the connections, the greater my duty, my obligation to engage with the average Jamaican so that they understand that there are things happening that really, whilst they feel it may not affect them or it has nothing to do with them, the truth is that the climate is changing because man has changed the climate. That is the reality. How we consume, how we dispose of waste, how we choose to build, where we choose to build, all of that is changing the climate. Of course, there is the bigger discussion of climate justice. Who really consume the most carbon and put it into the air? Certainly is not Jamaicans, but we end up bearing the cost for it. So there is a climate justice issue. That is a debate that is ongoing and we will have. But, Madam Speaker, every Jamaican now needs to internalize that we are living in this period of time when we are seeing the climate change before our very eyes. So, Madam Speaker, it is often said that we are the generation who are living now who will see the climate change, but we will probably be the last generation who can do anything about it. That's the reality. So, Madam Speaker, it is for this reason the Integrated Water Resource Management Council and its Drought Management Committee have been diligently reviewing all sector issues and advising myself and Minister Matthew Samuda. And it is for this reason that the government of Jamaica was very proud to complete its work on its water sector policy in 2018, our climate change policy, our green paper on watershed, which we completed earlier this year, and our declaration of 15 new ecologically sensitive areas. This is further reason and precisely why the government has been investing at an unprecedented rate in our water sector to improve the resilience and capacity of the varying agencies charged with delivering potable water and irrigation water. These investments will not only, Madam Speaker, improve delivery, but they will improve resilience, meaning our ability to recover from shocks. What is being shown there, Madam Speaker, it is important to remind this House that these have been the projects undertaken and completed last year. And you will see it's all over Jamaica, and they are significant. What is going to be displayed next, Madam Speaker, are the projects that are currently being undertaken in this fiscal year, and that is $7 billion of projects. Additionally, Madam Speaker, upon reviewing this water situation and this major departure from our mean data relative to rainfall, the government has decided that in the next budget that we will allocate an additional $1 billion to support the development of small community-based, municipal-based water projects. So, Madam Speaker, this will include the entombments that communities would put up to, create a little embankment of water in a river, to rehabilitate tanks that are in communities that may have fallen into disrepair, to build catchment areas, and to put in small pumping areas. So, Madam Speaker, the work for these small projects will begin now. So the Minister without portfolio and the Minister of Economic Growth and Job Creation with responsibility for water will be making contact with the rural MPs that have these small projects, these small water projects. And I'm saying rural MPs because for those MPs that fall squarely in the utility area, NWC will treat with your water needs. But for those who are not in the utility areas, like the member from, and I'm going to address that. I'm going to address that. So Madam Speaker, we acknowledge that we are going to be faced with this challenge in an ongoing way. So we're allocating this special amount of money. Though I'm making the announcement, the money will be available next year, but the work to actually get them executed starts now. You have to select the project, you have to do the engineering, you have to do the procurement of the materials. By the time all of that is done, you are in the next budget cycle ready for implementation. And of course, even though these are small projects, many of them would still have to go through the public investment assessment process. So we have to start now to get them done. The public is not going to understand when I say to them that a small water project has to go through a public investment test to see whether or not it is the right spend of the public capital budget. But it is what we have committed to in good fiscal management, which has yielded significant benefit and results for the country. What we have to do is to work in advance of the bureaucracy. In other words, the challenge we face is that we see the emergency, we want to get it done quickly, not realizing that there are steps that we must take. So what this administration has to do is take the steps from now to meet the problem. Madam Speaker, the problem is an emergency. But we see that this problem is going to be with us for a long time. And it is not a problem that we're going to solve with the snap of a finger. So we have to put in place the measures, which may be long-term, to solve those emergency problems. So that's one thing I wanted to give some hope to the people of Jamaica and to the members of Parliament who are not able to respond with definitive answers as to what we're going to do to deal with these challenges. To give the assurance to the people that the government is seized of this matter, seized of the importance. We hear the complaints, we understand what is happening, and we are putting in place the measures to address it. So, you know, Madam Speaker, I said it already, I'll say it again. So we're going through this, statistically, the worst drought. Statistically. But it is not the worst drought based upon customer and consumer experience. I mean, we can in this house think back on other droughts and how difficult those would have been, especially within the corporate area. I'm not making a political point here. When I get on the political platform, there will be time enough to make the point. No, I'm doing my work now. I leave others to run up and down, and we are Madam Speaker, I have the people's business to take care of. So I'm doing that. I'm doing that. But the point that I want to make, Madam Speaker, is that even though we have these challenges, smart investments can help to mitigate the impact. The average person may not see the value of the investment. They may not even know that we spent, you know, over $3 billion putting in the pipeline to connect, take water from the Rio Cobre to bring into Kingston. That is giving us some level of sustainability when the sources from the eastern end of the island, from other systems that we have dried up or are going down. What's the name of that comes in from the Yalas pipeline? So that investment, which is bringing in water, which is substituting for the water that we're not getting from Yalas, that's what's keeping Kingston and Tullow Springs. That is what is keeping Kingston going. But there are some other investments that Madam Speaker, we have made, which the public, again, may not be aware of, but I think I should point it out to the public. That finally, Madam Speaker, finally, we are going to break ground this year for the Rio Cobre water project, for the content project. You know it well, you were a former Minister of Water. That is a PPP, a public-private partnership in water that will bring 15 million gallons of water into the corporate area from the Rio Cobre. We're going to be breaking ground this year, sometime in June. We have planned to do that. And that, Madam Speaker, was proposed from 2009. From 2009, this administration has gotten it done. So, Madam Speaker, the person protesting, rightfully so, for water would not bring these bits of important information into their decision to protest, because what they're seeing when they turn their pipe is they have no water there and they're angry and upset. And the government acknowledges that, and it is a duty of the government to treat with that situation. But as reasonable citizens, as informed citizens, as citizens who appreciate the global context, when we complicate things with political actions that are not aligned to an understanding of the grand architecture of things, such as the changing climate, the government's fiscal constraints, and even within those fiscal constraints, we make water a priority and we make the investment that hundreds of thousands of Jamaicans right across the country are benefiting from. But once you are benefiting from it, it's not a challenge. So you are not going to go out with a sign saying, I'm happy I got water. The only people we are hearing are those who are upset, and rightfully so. But it is important that when we communicate to the people, that we bring these points into the conversation to let them know that we respect your right to protest and bring it to our attention. We respect that you are angry and upset, but we also want you to appreciate and consider that you have appointed us here as stewards of your resources, and we are doing the best we can. So, Madam Speaker, for the people in Portland who are upset, I wish to say to them that maybe 5 years ago, Portland would have been getting the highest level of rainfall in the country. I stood in this parliament maybe about 3 years ago and showed the slide where the highest level of rainfall in the country has shifted from the hills of Portland to now the cockpit country. It's not an administration that did that. It's not the government that said no rain is going to fall here and rain is going to fall. That's the climate has changed. Now, yes, there are political issues, social issues, but we also say to the citizens, bear the bigger picture in mind. The other challenge, Madam Speaker, when it comes to water, the issue is how we settle land. So most of our water is on the northwestern end of the island, but historically our settlement is on the southeastern end of the island. So that means if people choose to live in Kingston and St. Andrew, St. Catherine, and the water is in St. James, Trelawney, Hanover, then investments have to be made in moving the water. But here's a complication, Madam Speaker. So we have been making investments. The member from St. Catherine, North Central, in a sort of a remark said, we're taking water from her parish and bringing it into Kingston. This is the point I'm making. The water is one place, but the majority of people live in another place. We have to move the water. But I want to add a complication to it, member. What happens when we build a dam, a reservoir, or we put in a pumping station to move water from where we thought we had traditional rainfall and traditional flows, and then all of a sudden the pattern changes, which is what we are experiencing now. I went through the laborious task of listing all the water supplies. They were placed there because the historical trend was that this is where rain fell, this is where the wells would be, this is where the water supply is. But the weather pattern has changed. So it means, Madam Speaker, that it is not just an investment in infrastructure that is needed. We're going to have to build smart infrastructure. And what does this smart infrastructure mean? It means the infrastructure has to be connected. That if water supply is low here, we can move it from somewhere else. We have to connect up our water supply. And that is what we are trying to do now, Madam Speaker, in building out the NWC's infrastructure, putting in smart meters, putting in smart valves, making connections. Madam Speaker, the people of East and West St. Thomas and Portland are very upset now about the condition of their roads. Madam Speaker, this government could have simply made a decision to just pave the roads, and we would have been done a would have been finished, and you would have a nice, smooth road to drive on very quickly. We took a decision that we are not going to build a road, especially these significant roads, without putting in water, a utility corridor, sewage where necessary, and provisions to make the infrastructure smart. All of those roads that are being built, Madam Speaker, there is a water main on it. In addition to all the civil works necessary to protect it. When you look at those roads, Madam Speaker, the civil works, the culverts, the retaining walls, the drains, to protect it from climate change. Madam Speaker, those residents who are upset now, and again I say I understand, and you have all right to be upset. But 2, 3, 4 years from now, you're going to be reaping the dividends of a wise decision to ensure that the way in which the system is now, because St. Thomas is now connected, all of those roadways, it's possible to connect St. Thomas to Kingston and push water through to Kingston, to St. Thomas if they don't have. It's quite possible now to have that connected network because we have been laying all of those pipes. Madam Speaker, in Portland right now, in some of the areas where there are protests, I have been informed by the NWC that the pipes that have been laid there, water supply is now going through some of those pipes. So some of those communities are getting water. I saw a video, Madam Speaker, being sent to me by one of the NWC staff members of a road being blocked, people protesting that there is no water. And right behind them, there is a pipeline where the water, where they have a test line to test the pressure. When they crack it, you see the water spraying out. So, Madam Speaker, it is what it is. People have a right to be upset if they don't have water. But what we are saying, Madam Speaker, is that people have a duty to be informed and to act accordingly to the global situation, the national situation, and indeed their local conditions. Madam Speaker, the posture of the government is to make the wise decisions to treat with the long-term solutions, but also to mitigate the short-term impacts on households and consumers. So, Madam Speaker, in terms of the mitigating measures, earlier this year, we spent $110 million on support to farmers. That allocation was made. That is through the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries. The expenditure continues. We continue to support. The Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation spent $130 million on trucking and on tanks, and that continues. I have given an instruction to our permanent secretary that we must allocate an additional $20 million to Portland to support those communities that are without water. We have given out, Madam Speaker, 454 200-gallon tanks and 260 400-gallon tanks so far. Madam Speaker, in my budget presentation, I had made a commitment to give out a significant number of tanks. We are now at a point, Madam Speaker, where I think we could easily give out 30,000 new tanks, easily. So we have been increasing the budgetary allocation in terms of providing black tanks to customers. The target, Madam Speaker, is that we should, in 5 years, distribute 50,000 water tanks. But I would say, Madam Speaker, that we probably will do 70,000 in 5 years. And the reason why we have to revise it, the reason why we are seeking to revise this figure, Madam Speaker, is just looking on what the next 5 years could look like in terms of rainfall. And it is likely that we may not return to what our mean is. We may get close to it, but we may not return to it. So there would still be a deficit in supply. And how do we treat with this? It means that the household must now make some investment in the storage of water and in the capture of water in order to even out flows from the utility service. And that is why we're making the investment in tanks, so that every household has some capacity to store. But, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, the water harvesting guidelines have been finalized and will be brought to the Cabinet in the next 2 weeks for approval. I want to just be clear, Madam Speaker, already the municipal authorities require certain developments to have storage capacities. They're not giving building approvals in some areas unless you have in there how you're going to store water. So most of the developments in Kingston and St. Andrew, they are required to have water storage. Now, Madam Speaker, we have prepared water harvesting guidelines. It is one of the favorite go-to positions where people would say we should make it compulsory that every house has some water harvesting capabilities. So we have prepared the guidelines. I do share the view that we should have some form of mandatory water harvesting, but bear in mind, not all developments can have water harvesting, and not all rainfall should be harvested. Particularly, there are some areas, for example, that are close to mining, some areas that are close to toxic pollutants that you might have to be very careful about in terms of harvesting rainwater in those areas. So the rainwater harvesting guideline will direct the various municipal authorities in making requirements of new housing developments when they are being, and commercial developments when they are being done. So, Madam Speaker, I take this opportunity to appeal to all Jamaicans to conserve their use of water. All Jamaicans should develop a mindset of conservation around water. Our climate is changing. Weather patterns, in particular rainfall patterns, are shifting and becoming unpredictable. This means that infrastructure that was built to take advantage of long-standing flows would now be at risk of being obsolete or inadequate. On top of that, Jamaica's water infrastructure is aged and not sufficient to produce and distribute water according to our settlement patterns and our demands. While the government is working to improve our water infrastructure, every citizen must begin to practice water conservation measures and make local household investments in water capture and storage. Madam Speaker, thank you.
Madam Speaker, I have two points I want to make. The Prime Minister indicated that he personally favors making water harvesting mandatory. And I would want to find out, when is it that you propose to bring these guidelines? I don't know if it is a cabinet approval or parliamentary approval. I certainly support it. And I would ask the government to consider what incentives we can put in place for guttering and tanks. I use my personal example at home. Just one side of my house, probably about 20 yards, about 1,200 gallon tank. And if it rains for 1 hour, it fills it up. I used to use it just for watering plants. I now connect it to the main so that I can use it in the main. Rainwater, strained, and it worked. And I think given the uncertainties, we have to move beyond urging. But I think we need to put incentives there in place so that the issue is obviously going to be one of expense for most persons. So if we can find a way to make it more affordable, not necessarily for the government to upfront money, but possibly some tax incentives or other incentives, it is something that we need to consider. Because the climate change, as you have articulated, is here to stay. We can't predict seasons anymore, and we're going to be in this thing for the long haul. The second thing I want to raise relates to tanks for urban communities, right? I understand that rural communities are more adversely affected by the crisis than urban. But in urban communities, we're feeling the pressure too, where you have a couple of days and persons are appealing for storage. So I'm asking the Prime Minister, yes, urban communities feel it too. I said I acknowledge that rural communities are worse. I said that. But I'm just saying urban communities are also feeling it. And I'm appealing, Prime Minister, that in the allocation for storage, because you're going to move to scenarios where water is only available on particular days and people need to store it. So I'm appealing that some provision be made in urban communities for tanks to be provided for persons. And I'm not taking anything away from the rural MPs, so nobody needs to kill me over that. But urban MPs also face some of the challenges. And Speaker, it looks like you want to speak on
No,
rural.
I don't want to join. I just want to let the Prime Minister know that in South Trelawney, there are lots of areas where if the right people visit, you can tap in to water resources that can help. And I've often thought that no government has spent enough money in harvesting the water that trickles through the limestone that there. If we can find some way to harvest, then probably it is a time. This is a time that you could spend some money and attention in that area. That would help us as a country.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Speaker. Yes, rural. Yes. Just 3 quick points and perhaps questions and 2 comments. Permission to speak from a seat not my own. Thank you. I don't want everyone me, no. Thank you very much, member. Thank you. Prime Minister, I would like to know if the plans for the smaller water projects, will they be handled through rural water or the municipal corporations, or a combination of both? Just want to know who will manage the process, right? PM, the matter of the Rear Cobre water project in Content, which is in North Central St. Catherine. The people of these communities we're willing to share. We're good people. We know that the water source is at Tullow Springs, which is in Bogwalk, and we're willing to share the best water there is in Jamaica. However, we do believe that the people who live within the constituency should not be deprived of the commodity to be able to benefit those who live outside. And so while we're willing to share, I think there needs to be a priority placed on ensuring that those who live within the precincts of the springs, that they be able to benefit first and foremost from the commodity. Thirdly, I have one problem, and I don't know where in this budget you can help to manage. And maybe it's not a matter of budget, but more so a matter of management and collaboration. That when the NWC does its work, and I know that you're doing this on the major roads that you're putting in place now, but there are existing roads, and there are inner city roads, and there are inner community roads, which are being done as well, whether through farm roads or NHT, and roads are being done, and thereafter being dug up shortly by the NWC. It is a major problem, especially when we would have waited so long to get one road done, and 2 weeks later, it's in disrepair. We are promised that it is going to be repaired, and months and years later, it is still there. It is a problem, Prime Minister. It is counterproductive, and it doesn't work for Jamaicans. So that's what I really wanted to say.
Prime Minister.
Just remind you that rural lives matter, Prime Minister. Rural lives matter.
Prime Minister, first of all, I think the statement was timely, and I take the point, and I believe it should be emphasized about the education of the population, the wider population, about this phenomenon, which we will be with us, as you've indicated correctly, for a long time to come, and the adjustments, fiscal and otherwise, that has to be made, budgetary, in multi-years from now. The other point I wish to make, Prime Minister, and perhaps it's another occasion, but the climate impact is not just confined to the water situation, as you know. Increasingly, literature I'm seeing speaks to the concerns in business, and particularly in trade, cross-border trade. The country has to pay close attention to international developments that are taking place, that if we're not fully seized of it, we could well find that our businesses or trade or commerce is affected by sanction or requirements from trading partners. I speak specifically of what's happening in the United States and Europe. I think our businesses as well, and the business ministry needs to pay some attention to that so it can begin this discussion and the education with our businesses. Otherwise, we could find that we have some adverse implication and impact on businesses and the economy more broadly going forward. And Prime Minister, lastly, I'll say that I suffer a particular situation where I have a large urban and a significant rural part of my constituency that goes all the way up to what would used to be. You think we're just borderline, that my border goes all the way up to border with Westport was formerly West Rural. And a major part of that is agricultural land, and therefore every time that there's a distribution on agriculture, water, I have to be making a special appeal over and over again for that segment of my constituency. And I really hope that that recognition and the change that has occurred now for many years, at least going 4 or 5 years, since the before the last election, the last 2 election cycle, that where the border was changed, that be recognized that I have an urban and rural constituency. Right? And Rockpan and these areas. So Juliet and I have to meet more often in West Rural and discuss our problem, issues.
I rise to speak on the matter of water in Westmoreland Central. And there are quite a number of issues. I am lobbying to get most of the roadway rehabilitated, but on a daily basis you can see where NWC in fixing pipes
So I'm making a recommendation that we change out most of these old pipes that has been there for decades, so that when we rehab these roadways, we don't have to have NWC in digging up the roads. And also, Madam Speaker, there are some communities right on top of the watershed, which I would have mentioned in my last debate presentation. And these communities just need maybe a pump and some pipes. They are not far from the watershed that supplies most of Westmoreland. And I am recommending that, I'm suggesting that we look where we can get a pump and some pipes so that these communities can get potable water. It is very strange to see these people carrying water on their head. I think we are long past that. And I would love to see, and I just want to mention some of these communities that are affected for decades where there's no potable water. And there are Bird Mountain, Porter's Mountain, Welcome, Mount Stewart, and Cornwall Mountain. And 3 of these communities is right on top. The watershed is here and they are right on top. So I want to take this into consideration. Thank you very much.
Prime Minister, just a short contribution to, and your statement is timely, because those of us, especially I know in Manchester, where we would have seen rain at a certain period during the planting period for Irish potato, and we're not seeing it now. We know that the weather pattern has changed. But there are 2 projects in the parish of Manchester that should have started. One should have started sometime last year, which is Balaclava coming into the Oxford Comfort Hall area, which I think is a Caribbean Development Bank loan, and that project should have started. When I inquired this NWC, that said that there has been some delays, moving slowly. I would like you to take a look at what is the issue that has stalled that project, because it will span both St. Elizabeth and Manchester. Secondly, is on behalf of the residents of Mandeville, Manchester itself, we are glad that the Greater Mandeville Water Supply Project has started. It has been on the table for a very long time. It has been on the table for a very long time, and it has now started. But the issue that we have with the existing line that is there and the new one that is going in. So the water comes from Kingsland, where the NWC treatment plant is, and it comes into Mandeville. But all of that section from Kingsland into where the Greenvale roundabout, what you would refer to the Spur Tree Road, none of those roadways, offshoots, have any piped water. None of them. And it is not in this current plan in dealing with the Greater Mandeville water supply. I know that the regional office is looking at it to see if they can finance it somehow out of their local budget. But it would be good, Prime Minister, if some additional resources could be extended to those communities so they can benefit. And the communities, because that Spur Tree Road is border between Northwest Manchester and South Manchester. So I'm speaking on behalf of the MP who is absent and was absent at the community meeting too, that those offshoots get some running water, all right? But also, Prime Minister, and we have accepted that climate change has shifted the rainfall, and I can speak for Northwest Manchester, and I can, by extension, most of the rural MPs.
smaller water supply projects. So most of my own communities are supplied by parish tanks, which are municipal parish tanks. These communities have outgrown the size of these parish tanks. So even when we get resources, $1 million towards water distribution, Northwest Manchester, we can spend $1 million in less than a month in delivering water. And I'm sure most MPs, rural, I said less than, so in weeks, yeah, right, in delivering water to our needy constituents. And I would say for myself, if there's an increase in some budgetary allocation to improving or to put in smaller water supply programs for some of these communities that are off the main, but the main water trunk passes those communities. You know, so that we can, in time, start adding these communities to some stable water supply. Because to say what we get as members of parliament, as you know, the $20 million, is hard to do any of these additional water supplies. Rural water themselves have, their budget is stretched. So if in the future, and near future, if we can look at some of these as an additional budget allocation to rural constituencies mainly, so that we can at least start helping some of these communities that have never seen running water. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Oh, sir, yes. Lastly, thanks for reminding me. This allocation of tanks for NWC, no, tanks. The tanks that you mentioned in your presentation, as some members are deaf to what I'm saying. I've been guilty, Prime Minister, because I got a call from NWC to pick up 10 of these tanks at the Maresca Road location. I've not gotten a call that has changed, because I had a challenge with the transportation. So you have changed it. Thank you. I'm happy to hear that. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I wish to thank the members for their comments and questions. Just as a matter of housekeeping, from the allocation that we made earlier this year in our mitigation response to the drought, we allocated water tanks just as an initial response. And those water tanks were centrally distributed from the NWC's Maresca Road plant. However, it proved to be inconvenient, in fact, inefficient, to have the MPs having to pay for transportation to carry these tanks, which would oftentimes be probably more expensive than the tanks themselves. So the NWC has changed how the distributions will take place, and it will be closer to the constituency. So the NWC will be in touch with you if they have not already been in touch. All right, now, and I will follow, well, once it is said here, it is monitored, so they will know who has said they haven't received any calls. So you will see calls coming in shortly. The issue of the distribution of water tanks, where we initially wanted to do 10,000 water tanks per year, but as I've said, we have revised the strategy, and we will try to do more. So we would probably do in 5 years about 70,000, which would mean that the process of distribution has to be robust. So we have developed a system of beneficiary identification, which we use for the social housing project. So members of parliament will be a key player in the distribution. Let me rephrase that. Members of parliament will be key in identifying beneficiaries. So you will be able to make recommendations. It will come through the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation, in the same way as we have done the social housing program. So that way it's transparent, it doesn't become a political issue. But you recommend the people. We will obviously have other agents within the constituencies assisting. So we'll ask churches and so forth to make recommendations. So it will be a transparent distribution of the tanks. So that means that there will be a base allocation per constituency, but not all tanks will be delivered or distributed by constituencies. All right? So each MPs will have a certain number that they can recommend, but the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation would retain some ability to respond. Let's say we identify a community where definitely they have a problem. There is no water, the system has, their water system isn't delivering, and we may need to respond to that, in addition to what MPs have recommended. So the ministry will retain some capacity to distribute, but the bulk of it will be based upon recommendations coming from the MPs. So it will be equitably allocated. In terms of incentives, the government's policy on incentives has been quite clear. I don't think everyone agrees with it, but it has been very effective. We don't give tax incentives or tax write-offs or tax breaks. What we actually do is to provide the funding. So in this case, we are giving tanks, which is an incentive for conservation. That's what it is. The challenge, no, but at least with the tanks, we have a better chance of ensuring that the people who need it get it. When you give a general tax break, then even people who could buy tanks would get the benefit. And that's the challenge. That's the challenge. So yes, we do give incentives, but we don't give it in the traditional form that people would want, which is the fiscal incentives. The question related to whether or not the rural water will do the projects. The thinking as of now, in the direction that I've been given to Minister Sabuda, is that the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation will collaborate with the MPs in selecting the projects. So for example, the member from Westmoreland Central was identified that you have some communities that need to be connected. The member from Northwest Manchester who said, I have some communities that could, this is the program for it. So you would, you would work with, the work starts now in putting together those projects. Right, so Minister Samuda will be in touch with all of you for that. Right, so these preliminary works, some of them may very well have to go before the public investment process. So the documentation is going to be very important. In terms of who will execute, the execution would be between the NWC and Rural Water. Some projects would be best executed by the NWC. They probably have a footprint, they probably have projects already mobilized. Some projects is better to be done by Rural Water, especially if it has anything to do with storage tanks and water capture, water harvesting. They have that technical capability. Sorry? No, it depends. It depends on whether or not NWC is going to absorb it into their utility. So if the NWC sees this as a project that they're adding to their utility, then the billing would certainly come through there. Yes. The issue of as to whether or not communities that are in proximity to water sources which are being sent out of the area, I totally agree with you. There must be equity in the distribution and fairness of the distribution of water. Having said that, and I'm speaking now specifically about the Rio Cobre, Kingston is relying heavily now on the Rio Cobre, especially with the development of the content project. But the Rio Cobre is a water source that is at great risk. Effluent is directed into the Rio Cobre by many industries along its path. Some of them, well, most of them, would have environmental permits, including environmental permits issued many years ago. So the policy of the government is to monitor the discharge of effluent into the Rio Cobre very carefully. And we have introduced a new policy initiative, which is to place an environmental bond on some of the large industries and businesses that discharge effluent into the Rio Cobre. And you would have seen situations where we have exercised the bond. That is not the ultimate solution to the problem. I have given directions to NEPA to start the process of examining how we can halt permanently the discharge of effluent into the Rio Cobre. Because the Rio Cobre is a strategic water supply that we cannot afford it to be compromised in any way. Well, the point is that now we are going to be pulling water from it, and that water is going to go into our system, and it is likely that as we build out, for example, the new Bernard Lodge community and other communities in that area, Portmore, and there are areas of Portmore now that is without water. I gather Waterford has had no water in a couple of days, which we will have to attend to. But as we build out the plains of St. Catherine and Kingston, and the population is concentrated in that area, we have to see the Rio Cobre as a strategic water supply, and therefore we have put together a working group to study the Rio Cobre and make recommendations to give us a clear pathway as to what the businesses would have to do that are now discharging into Rio Cobre, what they would have to do to prevent discharge. So whether or not they're going to have to build retention ponds, treatments, whatever it is. So I would say that in a few years, we should be back here passing legislation to protect the Rio Cobre in a real way from any form of pollution. We note we are seeing fish kills emerging in the Rio Cobre because there are all kinds of effluent being discharged into the Rio Cobre. We have to be so very careful of it going forward, given these issues of the scarcity of water which will emerge due to the climate change issues. And member from Northwest Manchester, I will check into this delay that you mentioned into the CDB project. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Madam Speaker, it is not contemplated for us to do any further business today. I therefore ask that this Honourable House adjourn until tomorrow, Wednesday, May 10, 2023, when the Minister of Science, Energy and Technology, Honourable Darrell Vaz, and the Member of Parliament for Clarendon Southwestern, Mr. Lothian Cousins, will make their contribution to the sector. Madam Speaker, thank you.
Members, a question before. Till tomorrow, Wednesday the 10th at 2 p.m. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. This House is now adjourned.